God, ain't nothing stopping. We bringing in another young brother. He's a scholar. You one leave, come in. Reggie leave, 5 more come in. You know what I'm saying? Garfield leaves and turn his back on Kemet, 10 more come in. We already got Chris Harris. We bringing in another brother who is awesome, who is powerful. I would say I don't know, between him and Jabari, I would say they probably right here until I see the brother's work and ethic, and if he can handle the ring, getting in, or the battlefield, or whatever, anybody that come at him, if he can deal with that pressure, I think he can, because he's Kemet. And so without any further ado, I bring to you my brother, Shaka, in the building. What's up, Shaka? He runs the channel of Ma'at Forever. So if y'all are aware of that, make sure you go and subscribe to Ma'at Forever channel. Go over there and show some love for our brother. Peace and black power to you. Hotep. Shaka, what's happening, man? Unmute yourself.
Hotep Sen-E Sanera,
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation. I just want to greet the people as I usually do. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Iti, Ren Isha Kandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Bonjour, Sak Passe, Mbote, all that good stuff.
Damn, don't y'all hear that? Don't that sound beautiful to your ears, man, right there? Just to hear him go in on that. I know he dealing with knowledge, man.
The Proto-Semitic Allah burning down tells us was a black God represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere. But you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check. It's going to come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now, finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the God of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow, some way becomes Allah. But that's up to y'all. That's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical king's seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the king Hezekiah. And here we have an ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic narrative poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masria in the prophetic literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine. Hotep Senu and Asenuti Tiran Ishakalugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Jeheru has already joined us. The title of this live stream is Rose Sanchez, Dummy Flat Earther, Want to Diss Kemet? Not on my watch. Now, let our brother Jeheru speak first, and then I will let you know what happened. I went on the punk platform, the Rose Sanchez dude, but feel free, Jeheru.
Yeah, man. I was pissed watching that I ain't gonna curse, but watching that S show. I'ma just say it like that. But I was listening in when you called or whatever, and he really didn't let you talk and explain anything. But I was just trying to figure out, like he said, he used to be, you know, down with Kemet or whatever the case may be. He done been through a couple of different ideologies, but now all of a sudden, you want to diss Kemet, and that whole show is basically, you know, trashing Kemet, trying to make a mockery of, ancient Egypt and all these different things. And I'm like, okay, what's the point of this? You know, it's crazy, man.
Well, what a coincidence that you happen to be there. No, what attracted me um was the title. See? And I want people
Hmm.
to see it. Just have a look. That's the live stream here right here. And I've let them know in the chat. I think he has some moderators, doesn't he? Yeah, he has some moderators. So I've let him know. I've given the link. I've given the link to the live stream. But look at the title: Pan Africans and Hotepers come explain what makes Kemet so special. Now I saw it on my mobile phone, so I didn't see the full title. On the mobile phone you need to click to see the full title, and then it says, "Watch me bury your religion." Now I'm wondering if it's burying Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. A lot of time people like to pick on the minorities, but the fact that it has Hotepers, that's already disrespectful. Because I don't think he has videos where he put Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikers, and
Right.
and praise the Lorders or hallelujahs. You know what I'm saying? But I like to dialogue, so I hopped in and I'm gonna play what happened. But first, I want you to know that when I said that he's a flat earther, I'm not making it up. And I heard the dude's name when he mentioned polite, and when I heard the dude was into flat earth, I'm like, okay, all right, that's another pseudo. You know what I'm saying? But I want people to hear it. All right. The chat is open for everybody exceptionally. And if any of you know bro Sanchez, let him know that he's about to get roasted. So, all right. So here you're gonna listen to the dude say himself that he's a flat earther. See, Wikipedia even put They even put, when somebody's into conspiracy theories, then YouTube will put some articles, what I'm saying, to set the record straight. You know what I'm saying? So they saw flat Earth out of precaution. They want to inform the general population, so they don't end up being dumb dudes like the flat earthers. So let's listen up.
I want to bring to you the guest that's on the show right now, brother Sanchez. Peace and black power, brother Sanchez. Introduce yourself to the audience out there. Let them know what you are here to do and what you are here to represent. Let's go, my brother.
Hey, peace to everybody out there. Let me just say before I say anything. Okay, but yeah, let me just tell the people again, shout out to all of y'all, whether you globe earther or flat earther. I just ask that you come with an open mind today, and also keeping in mind that I was a globe earther and I tried to debunk globe earth and I couldn't. I tried to make fun of it. I tried to mock it, but when I tried to debunk it, I couldn't debunk the flat earth. I mean, this echo is killing me, sir. I'm getting it on my end horribly. But just to everybody out there, I'm gonna make this brief because I don't know what's good with the echo. But let me just say that shout out again to y'all. I did try to debunk flat earth when I first became a flat earther, and I couldn't do it. So I ultimately became one. So today, I didn't prefer to have a debate. I prefer.
All right, you heard enough. The dude is a flat earther. He says because he could not debunk globe earthers or whatever title, whatever name he used. Now we have pictures of the Earth. We have videos of the Earth from outer space. There's an international space station, and we can clearly see that it is a sphere or a globe, as some will say. It may not be a pure 360 degrees circle, sorry, but it has a spheric shape, just by that alone. So I'm wondering what the flat earthers say about those pictures and video footage. Are they saying that it is fake?
Yeah, they say it's CGI.
All right, okay. So that's great. We have a great conspiracy in our midst right now. They're doing CGI pictures and videos of the Earth. Okay, all right. Now, this video. Oh, Siri. Siri. Please, brothers and sisters, if you know how to deactivate Siri, tell me how. This video was 5 years ago, as you can see here. But a few weeks ago, I will go through the comments after. A few weeks ago, see, that's the search result. 2 weeks ago, Polite calls in and challenge questions. Sorry, Polite calls in and challenge question Bro Sanchez on the flat Earth. So 2 weeks ago, he was still on that BS. He was still on that BS. Now, there's another title. Bro Sanchez schools Dr. Enki, human chakras explained for those who deny. So when you hear people talking about chakras, most likely they are on some metaphysic stuff. They live on the moon or on Mars. Most of the time, they spend less time living on planet Earth than on those other planets. I mean, some people are deeply into metaphysics, man. You hear them, the breakdowns that they're making, man. But I'm telling you, a lot of time when people talk about chakras, most likely they're on some metaphysical stuff, and metaphysics is just pseudoism sounding good. You know what I'm saying? Now, I've shown you the title of his live stream, and it says, "Come explain what makes Kemet so special." First thing for Bro Sanchez dummy and all the people who believe in the stuff he's talking about, what makes Kemet so special is that the alphabet that we use derives from the Medu Neter. First of all, one among so many other things. So let me put in the chat, Bro Sanchez and the rest. Hold on.
Sanchez dummy, the rest of his groupie followers, is one of the things that makes Kemet special. Boom. So you have it there. Even if you're not watching right now, you will have it later on in the chat. Okay. These 2 pages are from Anthony Browder's book. Some people will say he's Afrocentric. Fine. 170 and 171 of Nine Valley Contributions to Civilization. Then we have Roger Fisher's book called A History of Writing, page 48, and he shows a similar chart: Egyptian, Proto-Sinaitic, Phoenician, Early Greek, Greek, and Latin. And then finally we have Orly Goldwasser from her article, which received an award of Best of Biblical Archaeology. I forgot what the Biblical Archaeology Review. Professor Orly Goldwasser is from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and you can see her chart: hieroglyphic, Proto-Sinaitic, Phoenician, and Paleo-Hebrew, Early Greek, Greek, and Latin. All right. Now, I think you wanted to speak, Jeheru, because I heard the background. Feel free, brother.
Yeah, I had unmuted my mic, man, but I seen that chart that you were showing. I forget. I was watching something one day, man, and they was talking about like the origins of the alphabet and stuff, and I was looking at Hebrew, and I seen a chart. There was something, might have been something similar to that, but I was looking at that, and you can look at the Hebrew, the letters, and tell how like they took a lot from the Egyptian as well.
It does derive from the Medu Neter. You know, there are 2
Right.
scholars that I named. Roger Fisher, he's a linguist, and Orly Goldwasser is a professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. You know, so, and they are probably not the only 2 who say that, but here we do have 2 people who put that in writing. You know, and we have the reference. You know, there's one book on one hand, A History of Writing, page 48, and then on the other hand, there's the article. And actually, I even let me click on. Hold on, what's the stream? The name of the article is, actually, let me show it because some people might think I'm making it up. The name of the article is How the Alphabet Was Born from Hieroglyphs. It doesn't get any more specific than that. So now let's listen to the exchange that took place just earlier as I got on Bro Sanchez's platform. And the dude has like he has 121 subscribers. I mean, I don't know if he's doing comedy. You know, he kind of look a little bit like Dave Chappelle. So I don't know if he's related. I don't know if he's doing comedy as well, because we have Chris Rock who's doing comedy, and we have his brother Tony Rock who's doing comedy. He did some stand-ups. You know, he was in the movie Two Can Play That Game. He was very funny. There was also the brother, forgot his first name, but his surname is Anderson. He lost a lot of weight. The guy who was in Romeo Must Die. He was in so many movies, but Tony Rock is real funny, you know. But anyway, so let's listen to the exchange. I don't have any timestamp because it is still live as we speak. And there's even a dude in the comment who said, I want you to see it, maybe if it still shows when I go up. A dude who said he's going to debunk the Medu Neter. I mean, we have pseudos floating around like that. Egyptology is an academic field. Flat Earth is not an academic field. Those people dumbing down the actual intellectual level of the community. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I've replied to the dude. You know, I've tagged him and I said, you aren't gonna debunk anything. And I said, I'm gonna live stream. You know what I'm saying? And I forgot what other thing I told him, but I give the link. But I'm sure it's not gonna come anyway. Those people, they always Twitter finger individuals. You know, they keep the comments going. I will show them after. Now let me just play it. I'm gonna mute my mic. I might make some comments actually.
It's rich people that got mounds today, and even they bringing the mounds back today. They calling them earth houses. earth houses. Facts. Now let's fucking go with Naquan. Tell me the purpose of this sand pile of sand over here.
Now he says pile of sand, you know. Now I don't know if he's talking about the pyramid, but if he believes that the pyramid is made of sand, that shows you how much of a dumb sucker he is, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Those blocks are not made of sand. You know, I mean that guy, man. But you know what? Hold on.
Yeah, I heard when he said that. I'm like, what? Are
Oh
you
man,
serious?
this guy. Look what I put in the chat here. Let's do this. I am roasting Sanchez right now, just so that they know, man. I like when people know. I don't like to fake the funk. Let me continue.
Damn, it got quiet. Anybody? What's the purpose of the pyramids of Giza?
Now, first, he said something like, you know, I only want to hear that guy, you know. So I didn't want to interject too much. But then when he said, "Oh, damn," he got quiet. I was like, "Oh, for real?" You know.
It was 100% buried.
Nobody
Nobody
knows.
knows. Buried.
Safe house.
100%.
Nobody knows.
Hey, listen, let them have a shot at it. Who want to go first?
Can I go first?
I want to go first.
I was there.
Let the brother sit. Listen, if somebody keep unmuting and they ain't a Pan-African that's trying to tell me the purpose of the pyramid, it's gonna get you put in the waiting room. Only the Pan-Africans that want to answer this question, what's the purpose of the pyramid? Unmute your mics, and y'all can arrange your order. Let's see who we got.
I'm not a Pan-African, but I can tell you the purpose of the pyramid if you want.
I would prefer a Pan-African, but either way, it's going to prove my point that whatever purpose you give, it's going to be some kind of pseudo. Let's go. Let me see if I'm right.
What's a Pan-African?
We'll tell you after he answered this. Go ahead. What's the purpose, brother?
It was a burial place.
It was a burial place?
Yes.
Well, they just said it wasn't. They just said ain't an actual tomb at Giza. Is that right? Did I get y'all right? Then y'all correct me on that a minute ago?
That's correct, Sanchez.
And I took the correction. Yeah, and I took the correction.
Giza is an area. Now, the pyramid complex is located in Giza. They may have not found the sarcophagus because the entry was very narrow. But initially, it was to bury the king. You know, they had different type of burial complex. But I'm definitely not a Pan-African.
Well, let's say that it's a burial. Let me holler at him. Let me holler at him, man. I'm talking to somebody just real quick.
Just so that you know, it's on Zoom. And I thought that we will see the participant on Zoom, you know, but obviously he chose to not show that. You know, earlier I saw that he was showing when look for the part where I intervene, but just so that you know, it was on Zoom, you know, but he had that stuff on the screen, so we don't see the participants and all that, you know.
Hold on. So let me just respond to that, brother. Let's just end this because I got a lot of people. Let's say it's a burial site, all right? I ain't gonna push on that. Let's say it's a burial site. It still go back to my initial argument. It would be less useful than the fucking American mound. That would be the waste of a whole bunch of space, and it shows a lot of ego on the Pharaoh's behalf that he would spend that much resources, space, and time just for his damn burial alone. And they tell you what the other Pharaoh tried to outdo the other Pharaoh, so he built the bigger pyramid, a bunch of ego, who dick the biggest, who obelisk the tallest, cunt, a bunch of stupid shit, but it ain't no.
Here, you heard him saying a bunch of stupid shit. Now, we have the Christ Redemptor, I think they call it in Brazil. Huge statue of depicting Jesus Christ. What's the purpose of it? We have the pyramid in South America. the Inca / Maya pyramid. What's the purpose of it? This dude, this dumb flat earther, he is crying over a monument that was built around 2400 BC, 4,000 years ago, as if it's affecting his life now. I mean, how dumb can you be, man? That's who people listen to, man. I mean, for real. But anyway, let's continue.
No damn applicable science and usefulness to it, but you want to make fun of the mound. But you want to make fun of the other mound.
It's an energy generator, bro.
Well,
explain to me how it generates energy.
The same way.
One at a time. Y'all jump, y'all.
Of course, it wasn't me who said it's an energy generator. You know, the guy's going to talk about crystal and stuff like that. It wasn't me who said that.
It had a crystal cap on top. Do you understand that energy can be transmitted throughout the whole?
Hold up, let
region?
that brother. Hold up, Desmond.
Do you understand? Do you understand that every home had a crystal on it?
I don't understand
the energy
it.
that we use that.
I don't understand it. Let me show you. Let me tell you what. Right. Let me show you why.
Do you know how to meditate? I know how to.
Hold up. Slow down. When I'm talking, we're gonna dialogue. So unmute your mic and acknowledge that we going back and forth. Respect. How you doing, Desmond?
You heard him say we're gonna dialogue. In a hot minute, you will see if it's going to be a dialogue, because what's gonna happen later on is that he keeps on muting me, then I'm unmuting myself, and he keeps on muting me. You know what I'm saying?
Unmute your mic. Let's talk, Desmond. Like men, back to back. Got questions for you. So
he said, "Let's talk like men." And later on, I will tell him that. Well, I don't know if you hear me. If you will hear me, because he kept on muting me, but you'll hear at least some things that I'm trying to say later on.
Okay, cool. So respect. So okay. So let me just put you out of here. Next person, please. Who want to go next?
All right, next. We can dialogue.
Let me just say.
We want to know what's the purpose of the pyramids. We don't want no dumb. Now, if y'all want me to try. If y'all want me to try, damn it, I'm trying to talk. Damn. If y'all want me to give Desmond another chance, you can drop a 1 in the chat room. But I ain't here today for no disrespect and crazy talk. I'm just here to get my questions answered. And he can't do that. He wasting my mic and my time on something else. We'll try him again. I'm a good guy. We'll try him again. I'm gonna keep my decorum and professionalism. And guys, when I'm talking, it ain't that I'm trying to be a tyrant. It's that when you get over 20 people on a Zoom, you got to get militant and you got to get order so you can have a professional audio quality in the end. Because I listen to my old streams back and boy, it be shit shows. And then when I watch other streams, they manage to have a lot of people on, but it still be professional. And what I realize is the host maintains militant-like control. And I'm like, damn, I'm a nigga from the military and I'm just letting my shit kind of go hunky-dory. Nope, we're gonna make it all right 2023. So let's get it. Desmond, we were talking. I'm gonna give you another try. So hold up, Desmond.
Yeah, what's going on,
so Desmond, man, I don't want no problems, man. I just wanted to have an intellectual conversation, man. I can be wrong, and I'll allow correction.
Dude said he wants an intellectual conversation. Okay, let's find out.
Now, Desmond, I've been looking at the Sphinx and the pyramids for years, and all of the dwelling around there is like this.
Hold on. I don't know. How did you pronounce the word?
Correction. Now, Desmond, I've been looking at the Sphinx and
the Sphinx. Bro, Sanchez says Sphinx. Sphinx. He doesn't know it is pronounced Sphinx. I mean, just listen. Am I tripping?
And I'll allow correction. Now, Desmond, I've been looking at the Sphinx and the pyramids for years.
Did you hear that, brothers and sisters? I mean, this dude, man. Anyway, let's continue.
And all of the dwelling around there is like this. I don't know what kind of house the Pharaoh lived in. You said that all of the houses had a crystal on top, but I never saw residential architecture from ancient Egypt. I just see the Sphinx, the Giza, and all that. Can you show me some residential architecture from ancient Egypt? I would love to see what the Pharaoh lived in.
For one, I can show you how to meditate to where you can access that part of your memory that's in your DNA. So I can teach you how to meditate to where you can access that part. You know what I mean? Because everything can't be shown. It's a lot of things that's hidden, bro.
Okay, so listen.
So, you know,
listen, I'm gonna do a meditation stream. Listen, I'm gonna do a meditation stream in the future, and on that meditation stream, you can do that. But right now, I'm only concerned with visual, tangible, source based evidence or some kind of logic based explanation, right? But I don't want to. Listen. I don't want a meditative answer. We can't do that today. Can you spare us, brother? I gotta move on. And if anything,
we ain't gonna do that today. It's just called remote viewing. You gotta get the intellect together. You know, as far as all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But the cap right there is missing. It was a crystal cap. And I studied bioenergy, you know what I mean? And I didn't came from where you came from, you know what I mean? But I learned how to meditate to a certain point. I always was born with a gift since a child. But just born knowing, you know what I mean? Just born knowing. I never know religion. I knew it all since I was 8 years old. I taught the older people about, that church they was going to.
Brother, so I could interview you on another one. I got a program to run today, a particular theme I'm trying to keep, but I salute to you, my brother. And we could come back to you if you stick around a minute. We'll talk a minute. But is there any other Pan-Africans out of the 20 people here that want to okay, if I can finish
you can't mix Pan-Africans with people who follow Kemet. I follow Kemet, I studied, I know the language, but I'm not a Pan-African.
Okay, cool. Let me just say this. Is there anyone on a call that can explain the purpose of the Giza pyramids? Right now, we've had no one. We've 2 hours.
Sanchez, I got you.
You're not listening because it's the same as the Inca structure. You're not asking what's the purpose. They had the resources to build it, so they built it, period. They were wealthy, they were doing well, so they decided to make it. It doesn't change anything.
So question. There is no purpose for it.
No, bro. That's not even.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Y'all can't talk over each other. Y'all can't talk over each other.
What I did say, and you can kind of hear me in the background because indeed there was another person talking, is that, at least it was producing light, the reflection of the sun and also the moon, because of the limestone and also the capstone, let's say what they had at the top, some people say that, it was gold, but, at least it was that. But, we may not know the purpose besides it being a burial place. They had top temple burial complex, and it started with the mastaba, you know what I'm saying? And then we have the step pyramid, and then they decided to smoothen the angles, and we end up with what we call the true pyramid, you know what I'm saying? So it did have a purpose, Now, if they stored some things inside, I'm not sure, but even if it didn't have a specific purpose that we will have today, what difference does it make to his life? Because it does not pick any other buildings or constructions that were made around the world. I mean, this is really sounding so silly. It just wants to diss people. We can tell by the title. And but anyway, let's continue.
I'm talking to this brother. Let me get somewhere with him, and we'll pass it around. Yeah, we cool. We gotta be respectful though. So your answer to that, brother, is there is no purpose for them. It's just rich people showing that they can do some big shit, huh?
No, that's what you're doing. Negative. You're not saying the same thing. We're not saying the same thing when it comes to all the world structures. It seems like you have an issue with Kemet. I mean, I don't know if you're the guy who wasn't signed at the platform.
Let me ask you this again.
Now you notice, I mean, you can barely get like 10 seconds in, you know what I'm saying? He acts like he's letting people speak and giving them an opportunity to speak. But you speak a few seconds and he reminds me of Trackfield. That's what Traffic used to do on his channel. For those who don't know, Traffic will get people
and he would just ask him questions. And when the person answer, he asks another question. He keeps asking questions until he feels, or we have the impression that the person doesn't have an answer to the question. He's like, haha, you know. I mean, that's. But anyway, let's continue.
No, you don't host this show. You don't control shit. When I either
bro,
you don't listen. Let me tell. Listen, bro. Let me explain. Let me.
See, I tell him on some grown man tip. Let's have a dialogue. I mean, let me count how long I spoke.
Somewhere with him, and we'll pass it around. Yeah, we cool. We gotta be respectful though. So your answer,
for the record, it's not me who said that. My God, you know, it's not me. And the laughter that he has, the studio laughter, we don't. Well, I didn't hear that in the Zoom, so I don't think other people could hear it. But that's just for the record.
To that brother is there is no purpose for them. It's just rich people showing that they can do some big shit, huh?
No, that's what you're doing. Negative. You're not saying the same thing. We're not saying the same thing when it comes to all the world structures. It seems like you have an issue with Kemet. I mean, I don't know if you're the guy who wasn't signed at the platform.
Hey, let me ask you. Let me ask you this again. No, you don't host this show. You don't control shit.
So I had the chronometer. It was about 11 seconds, man. And then he's like, no, you don't controls. I mean, like I'm trying to bomb rush the place or something, man. This dude is, Bro Sanchez, you're really dumb. It doesn't take a long time to find out you're a real dummy, man. You're a real dummy, for real, man.
When I either you listen, let me bro. Let me explain something to you, brother. The show, you're not on topic. You're a goddamn agent, and I can see your damn accent.
So then he says you're not on topic. It reminds me of track fear, you know what I'm saying? And also, I don't know if he's listening to Butler Reggie, but Butler Reggie did say that the builders of the pyramids, those ancient Egyptian kings, were crazy. You understand what I'm saying? And sometimes dumb people take each other's talking points. But I want you to hear it for the record. It's not an allegation, it's a fact. Now, what is Butler Reggie saying that the kings who built the pyramids were crazy? There it is.
But I don't care. Listen, watch this, y'all. Look at me. I don't care about Egyptian pyramids. I think that they was a little cuckoo. I think they should have built a wall like the Wall of China. I think they would have been smarter to do that instead of building beacons to get attacked over and over again. I think those religious-minded ancient Kemetiu were cuckoo for Cocoa Pops for doing that.
You don't mean that, do you?
Huh?
You don't mean that, do you?
I definitely mean that. You don't know, Shaka? You know who you invited on this channel? Brother Reggie? Huh?
You're saying you think that the commissions were a bit
crazy? Cocoa Pops for doing that.
No, come on, you can't say that. Can't say that.
Why not?
No, can't say that.
I got some time. Hey, look, the late period of ancient.
Why would you go that far?
And for the record, listen to what he said about Kemetic people.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Kemetics. I bang against them, and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
And lastly, that's only 21 seconds long. Butler Reggie is very pseudo. He said that Heru is Greek.
Yeah. I mean, his pharaoh could have been a Greek, but I don't.
Well, I tell you what, Heru was Greek.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because one of the stories of Heru being conceived is during the Greek time period.
Oh, you heard it. So it takes less than 2 minutes to show that Butler Reggie is a lame. Now, Heru, you want to add on?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. You know, just sitting back looking at all this stuff, right? It seems like, and I don't know how Sanchez got started on this whole thing, but I haven't watched the videos, but you know, you can go on people's channel and look at, you know, all the stuff that they've all the videos they made, and I've seen a lot of stuff on there just by the title, like trashing a lot of Kemet stuff. You know, like talking about. I think one of the videos was talking about Kemet. What did he say? God,
You
I
know, I
can't
have an
remember it
idea.
now.
I have an idea. I
Okay.
showed in the video where he was talking with Jabari 5 years ago. Sometimes people have a discussion, they get destroyed intellectually, and then they hate for life. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So I think Jabari gave him that work, and he's pissed about it, and now he's on that campaign, and him maybe seeing Butler Reggie doing that, and track field the female cat, then that gave him some wings. You know what I'm saying? But he has to be
Yeah.
accountable for what he says on his own platform. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that guy said that I'm an agent, and I want you to hear it again. And the
Right. I heard
Sphinx,
that.
he pronounced it twice. I even think he said I have a program to run. He didn't say program, but they're gonna say it's accents.
Let
Let's
me
have a
explain.
dialogue
Let me
because y'all.
explain something to you, brother. The
All right,
show,
you don't want to hear me.
you're
That's fine.
not on topic.
You're hating on
You're
Kemet.
a
You're
goddamn
hating on Kemet.
agent,
So I
and
say you don't wanna hear me. That's fine. And I say you're hating on Kemet, and I repeated it.
I can see your damn
I'm not an
accent.
agent.
I can tell
Hating on
you're a
Kemet. You're
goddamn
hating on Kemet.
agent, and I can see your damn
I'm not an
accent.
agent.
He said you're a goddamn agent, and I can see your accent. So that guy can see my accent. I thought you hear an accent. I mean, that guy. I mean,
Yeah.
that's. I don't know how he got his 100,000. He probably bought them. He probably bought some books.
Well, you got a lot of people who believe in that pseudo stuff, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I've watched some of his stuff, and when he goes into all that, because a lot of his stuff, man. I mean, you can't prove none of that stuff. Like when you start talking about chakras and hyperboloids and all of this stuff. I mean, he'll show pictures like visuals, but none of that stuff you can really prove. You know what I mean? It's more of a like an ideology, you know what I mean, or philosophy. You can't really prove any of that stuff. But it's crazy because I hear him, trashing Kemet, and then you got, Reggie now, he done flipped the script, right? Then you got people like Chief X. There's like all of these people, they in the same box. You know what I mean? Saying all this crazy stuff. And I don't know how you feel about this part. This later, well, earlier in the video, I don't know if you was watching, but he was talking about Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark, you know, trash and all of them, saying that they were agents and stuff like that. And then Chief X says the same thing, talking about this UNESCO stuff. And I'm like, damn, they sound so much alike.
I didn't hear the beginning, but as I was trying to get on, I looked for the link and I saw the picture of Dr. Ben with the fez on. Because some people said that Dr. Ben was a Mason. Uh, who knows? I know that Alim Bey says that on his website.
Uh-huh.
Who knows? Maybe some people say that even Marcus Garvey was a Mason. Elijah Muhammad was
Uh-huh.
a Mason. He said it. We have the audio. So Farrakhan didn't say it, but he received some Masonic titles. I made a video about that. And Khalid Abdul Muhammad surely was a Mason. Some people would say, okay, he was a Shriner, but it's not a big difference. And I have a video about that. It's in the video Deception of Asiatic Black Men, which is in the description of this video. But before I let Viv Bennett speak, because he hears an accent, he labels me a goddamn agent. I mean, how ridiculous is that? So somebody has an accent, then he's an agent? But Viv Bennett, feel free to add on, brother.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? Hotel, hey room, Shaka.
Brother.
Yeah, this is like, it's to me, it seems like there's a lot of this conspiracy theory stuff mixed in together, like which is kind of, I think Egypt has been the focal point for a lot of conspiracy theories for a long time, and those theories, they mix in so many things. I mean, at some point it becomes difficult to know what the point is, because you have some of the conspiracy theories mixed in. They talk about the United States of America for one, right? They talk they talk you know, you see the dollar bill, then you have the pyramid on it, you know, and then you have
All-seeing
the
eye.
right. I mean, you know, then you have the Jewish thing mixed in with it. Then you have the I mean, and then you literally
Latin,
have
the
right.
skulls and
Then you have the
bones.
yeah. Seriously, it's so many. And see, I think this goes back to the significance of not just Kemet, but Africa when it comes to being the cradle of civilization. And I think that that speaks more to what this is. Like it's an attack on that theory that Africa is the cradle of civilization. So because of that being known to science pretty much, Egypt has had to bear the brunt of that, right? So you know that now they start asking stupid questions like what's the purpose of the pyramid? What difference does it make? I mean, you could walk down the street and see all kinds of kooky stuff right now. I mean, you know, any place on earth you could see. If you want to call it kooky, there's plenty of things nobody understands about somebody else. So there's always people that don't understand things about other people. Everything is always kooky to somebody else. So, I mean, this is to me, this is just another example of it, just like stupidity, you know. Um, there's so much to examine about not just Egypt, but if you want to talk about Egypt, there's a lot to examine because you know you have the artifacts, then you have their you know, then you have their theology also, then you also have the fact that damn people are still talking about how they built it, you know, trying to understand
Hold on, brother.
science.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
brother, because I wanted him to hear that. He just left the comment right now. Plasma
Okay.
Photon. He wrote, "Why the f do you even use other people's stuff without even listen to the live stream you ramble about?" Now, it should be without even listening, but I ain't gonna be nitpicking. Now, tell that punk Bro Sanchez that he can get on the panel, and you can get on the panel too. I've shared the link, but I'm gonna share it again. You know. Now it's funny when he wrote other people's stuff. Why? Are you gonna? Is he gonna sue me now for playing something that's online on YouTube? Now he wrote, "You should listen to Sanchez to learn something in life." Sanchez is an idiot. He's dumb. Sanchez pronounces Sphinx. He said it twice. Sphinx. Now tell him it is pronounced Sphinx. All right. Now Sanchez said that I'm a goddamn agent, and he said I can see your accent. You don't see an accent. You hear an accent. Now, how does the fact that somebody has an accent makes him an agent? Now, are
Right.
you a flat earther as well? Because no flat earther can teach me anything. Well, flat earthers cannot teach me much in life. You see? So there it is anyway. Link to get on the panel. Come on, man. Got
Yeah,
to
he
be
crazy. He's
kidding
talking
me,
about
man.
what I. He's
Now
talking about what I
look, hold on,
watching the
hold on. I'm
live
sorry.
stream.
I'm sorry, Jeheru.
Okay, go ahead.
Tony wrote, okay, then challenge Sanchez. It is done. It is done. I went in his chat and I shared the link. So you tell him that I'm ready to slice him up. And Tony, haven't you heard him pronouncing Sphinx twice? It is Sphinx.
As in Leon Spinks,
Oh man.
the
You have to
boxer.
be kidding me. This dude, man. Oh man.
Leon Spinks.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. If you better go ahead and then Jeheru, you can go ahead. I'm sorry. I wanted them to hear
Leon
that.
Spinks, man. Spinks. Leon Spinks. Nah, man. But I mean, wow, man. What? I mean, I don't get it though. From what I heard, I don't get. I don't get what the point is of it. To me, it does sound like that. It sounds like they kind of been hearing a lot of different conspiracy theories and don't ask real questions. Like, I mean, and number one, the first thing that I would be trying to ask is you know, about Egypt is, or I would be trying to settle is, if you see a monument like this, right? I would be trying to say, what is the purpose in it being so large? Even if you know, because that's one way to ask what he, to me it sounded like that's what he wanted to say, right? I mean, because you could have multiple purposes. It could be just, there could be a purpose in it being a burial chamber. It could be a purpose in it being a certain size. It could be a purpose in it being in a certain position. I mean, what does he mean by purpose? Like, why does it have to have one purpose in the first place? You know?
It's just to find something negative to say about it. You see, now my studies at the university are helping me, but it says at one point that because of the Nile, um, food wasn't an issue, which allowed people to focus on craftsmanship
Yeah.
and building. You see, because the soil was
Yes.
you see what I'm saying? And indeed, the evolution of the pyramid first was a mastaba, what is called mastaba. So you have some sort of, I don't want to say mound, but you have a burial place, and eventually they added another layer on top of it. You know what I'm saying? Then we have the step pyramid with 6 layers, and then they smooth in the angle. We have the bend pyramid. You know, I forgot if it is located in Dashur, you know, but we can see the progression, the evolution. And those kings had the wealth, and they decided to build this structure. You know, now you see in the chat, and I will go through the previous chat if I have time later on. But he wrote the Burj Khalifa. I thought about it, but then they're gonna say, well, it's a hotel. People live in that, so it's not the same. Okay, all right, that's today. Back in the days, what's back in the days? Other civilization had large structures. In America, there's the place where they have the faces of some of the U.S. presidents. Some people argue, what's the purpose of that? I mean, their
Right.
faces are already on the dollar bill. I mean, I don't know if at the time they built it, if we had dollar bills yet, and if they had the habit of putting their face on it. But some people may argue, okay, what's the purpose of that? Hollywood sign, why put in such a big sign? You know what I'm saying? This is, I mean, to ask a question out of interest is one thing, but to ask that question as if to invalidate Kemet or dis Kemet, that's so dumb and ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So I can see that Plasma is in here talking about a flat Earth or whatever. I'm going to pass, man. I ain't going. You know what I'm saying, but Plasma, why don't you get on the panel? You see, brother V Bennett, you talked about conspiracy theory. Some people don't have anything going on in their lives. So when somebody's going to come to them and say, well, we're worshiping Yahweh, and plus we have sex with girls as long as they have the period, and if you like them young, holler at us. They go there. Other people are like, oh, you don't know the truth, but they're lying to us. The earth is not round. It's not the circle. It's not a sphere. It's flat. And, the Illuminati and the skulls and bones, you know what I'm saying? Even in the dollar bill, if you look at this pyramid and the Ocean Eye of Horus, all of this is satanic, you know what I'm saying? We can tell you the real deal, you know what I'm saying? And then because they don't have anything going on in their lives, and they don't want to study by themselves or listen to reliable sources.
But
and they jump into things like that. Yeah, go ahead, V Bennett.
But yeah, exactly. Going back to my original point was, it's just that, like, I would be saying, instead of asking like, what's the purpose of the pyramid, and I would be saying, what's the purpose in all these conspiracy theories? Like, what is the purpose in that? And I think the purpose in it is to avoid calling Africa the cradle of civilization. I think that's the overall purpose in most of those conspiracy theories.
And I
think that's, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm glad you mentioned Africa, because I wanted to say, I almost forgot to say that. Now, first of all, he wrote there is no traveling through space. Do you, Plasma Photon, do you mean space as we understand it, where it is dark outside of Earth? There's no traveling. So these satellites, these space shuttles, they did not travel through space. But anyway,
yeah,
the flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Oh well, that's the ultimate. People. It hasn't occurred to a lot of people don't realize this, but there has been huge debate about where the cradle of civilization is, where it began. And that is primarily a racial debate, you could say. Placing the cradle of civilization, because of course everybody wants to be in that beginning. Everyone wants to, if you could say you were in the beginning, then of course that means your people contributed something to global civilization, And so I think that's ultimately what these guys are. They're on the end of this conspiracy debate thing. They have been harmed by the conspiracies. And the conspiracies are many, but the conspiracies were all about placing the cradle of civilization and keeping it out of Africa people's hands because of anti-black racism, which was a really big thing on this earth, which most of the events that people have seen have a lot to do with that in their life, in their elders' life, in their lineage, even. I think that's really what was happening here. So we were having to watch them spit it out. It's been digested and they're spitting it out in different ways. And you see different people doing that. You got some people that are flat earthers, got other people that are Israelite Hebrews, you got other people. And a lot of them they just confused because there's been so many. Other people are into aliens, I mean, really seriously. And it always comes back to some pyramids too, strangely enough, like, just to make you,
when I was on one of the last time when I was on Frankie's channel, somebody brought up the fact that I think they were saying that Mfudishi talked about some aliens or something. So I asked somebody like, did he really say that? And the person answered in a way like I don't even remember for sure the answer, but Polite was on tape saying that he believes that the aliens or maybe I think he used the term extraterrestrials. He believes that extraterrestrials played a part in the building of the pyramids, And I was surprised when he said that,
why would he's a Nuwabian? He's a Nuwabian.
Yeah, and that flat earth theory, does it come out of Africa? To my knowledge, it comes out of the Western world.
That's Europe.
So
that's
you have
European.
some people, you have some people of European descent who are bored and want to challenge the status quo and come in with some stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And then some people, there's some individuals that they like to follow and repeat their talking points, and they think that it's going to make them look like people who think outside of the box. You know what I'm saying? Now,
exactly.
Exactly. But you know what I propose? Let's finish with this interaction because it's about the end now of the interaction that I had with that Sanchez dude.
I can tell your accent. Well, then why can't you fucking be respectful? You don't got like.
So the dude is trying to put up.
Why can't you fucking be respectful, man?
Yeah, he's putting the narrative. Yeah, why? I'm such a troublemaker. So
I'm gonna F-word you, Shaka. Why can't you effing be respectful, man?
Yeah, and he's putting the narrative that I'm disrespectful. I was speaking for 11 seconds, and the guy cut me off. And then he said that I'm an agent, and now I'm disrespectful. I mean, this guy is a clown, man. Bro Sanchez, you're a real clown, for real, man. But anyway, we have 61 people online.
Comment on this bitch. You're hating on Kemet. You're hating on Kemet. Dude, I'm loving on myself. I don't give a fuck what you say I'm hating on. I'm pointing out. I'm asking questions. I asked you what was the purpose, bro. If you
see right now, he keeps muting me and I keep unmuting myself, But at this point, I know he's gonna kick me out for good. So I'm trying to speak to say my piece before it's all over. You know what I'm saying?
Keep on. You're acting like an agent, though. You're making it hard for me to.
First, I was a goddamn agent. Now it's like I'm acting like an agent because I told him I'm from France, so he must have felt dumb. Like, okay, he has an accent because he comes from France. For the record, brothers and sisters, several people in some of my videos, when they left comment, they say, "Oh, why is this guy faking an accent? Why is this guy faking an African accent?" And I'm like, man, you guys, man, always trying to guess,
Control the show if you're not going to. Oh, okay, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and put you off of here, man. Let me put you off of here too. No, you gotta go too. You niggas gonna learn. You gonna learn to be like y'all doing too much. And when shit chaotic, you want to bro Sanchez me. Now go ahead to the next person. We're gonna put both of them knuckleheads up off on over here. Yeah.
So when you walk downtown in the city,
dude, you didn't know that. But back in time and shit. How do we?
All right. Okay. Well, I told him that he was a biatch, but we didn't hear that. So then I left a comment in the chat, and I said, forgot exactly what I told him. you can holler on my channel, but stop being a punani and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
You know
Anyway,
what, Shaka?
yes, brother.
Shaka, this occurred. Well, just listening to this, it actually occurred to me that there's a lot of people because of the age gap, right? There's a lot of people that don't know where these kind of debates surfaced at, where they began, and they don't realize that the relevance in placing the cradle of civilization and taking it out of Africa it's the original anti-black. It's part of the anti-black conspiracy. That's what that is. So people who argue like Dr. Ben and others, right, Sheikh Anta Diop, what they were doing was combating anti-black racism, right, through their works, proving that these theories that people propose were anti-black, that they're not real, they're not actually following scientific process, that they're actually just forwarding racism. You see, and so a lot of people don't realize that's where the importance of this lies. It's not African people that try to write other people out of contributing to civilization. It's in fact other groups of people that literally in real life try to write African people out of having any contribution. Hence the debate on Egypt. That's what this is about. You see, so what they found out is that no, Egypt actually is in Africa. Egypt actually was built by Africans, right? It is an actual African civilization and things like this, so, but there's a lot of people that are not aware of where this debate begins. So, so it's probably important to review that, brother, because a lot of young people, they missed that part. They missed the environment that people like Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Ben had to live in. See, these guys live in a free society where they're able to goo gaga their way through aliens and all types of other stuff. But Dr. Ben and Sheikh Anta Diop and many others, they didn't have that advantage.
Brother, brother V. Bennett. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at work, you see, some of my colleagues know that I have a YouTube channel. Not all of them, you know what I'm saying? So I don't go around and say, hey, subscribe to my channel, whatever. But like the other time, I was on my phone. Actually, no, I was on my laptop and had my page. And then one colleague saw it. He said, oh, you have a YouTube account? I said, yeah. He said, oh, what is it? So then I gave him, the name, and he said, oh, damn, you have 20,000 subscribers. You have one. And he told his colleague, he has a video that has like 400,000 views. He's talking about Kemet and Ma'at, So I think more know about my channel, but they don't talk about it like that. But there's one colleague who is from a West African country that is mainly Muslim, and several times, oh, the Kemetic people, man, always saying this. Oh, these Kemetic people was always saying that, and I'm not saying anything because I'm thinking he's saying that on purpose to to engage in conversation. But I'm like, if you want to say something, just be clear. You know what I'm saying? Just be upfront. Then there was another one who said a similar talking point, like, because the first one was at one point say, okay, like the pyramids, even if it was built by black people, what difference does it make? And there's another colleague who said that recently. He said it once, I didn't say anything. He said it another time, and he's saying it loud, But one day, I don't know how that happened, but Farrakhan came up. And now the other colleague is also from a West African country that is like 99% Muslim, And he talked about Farrakhan. I said, oh, Farrakhan is teaching that black people are marked, and he's figured that we are the essence of ugliness. And, what I'm saying? They even teach that Allah is a man and stuff like that. But I say, and I say, do you want me to show you when he's saying that black people are marked in this figure? So, oh, no, I don't want to see that. And I was like, oh, all right. So I left it there. And I could tell that he was embarrassed, because he's a guy who's like, he reads a lot. He's like an intellectual, and he's quite funny as well. He makes some funny jokes, stuff like that, and he likes to dialogue, have debates. You know what I'm saying? But there, he deflated. He would not even see the guy that he was praising saying that black people are figuring because he wouldn't even see that. And I remember now there's another colleague who also comes from a West African country that is like probably 98 or 95% Muslim. And he told the Farrakhan, yeah, Farrakhan is doing this. And I said this. I said, look, man, he's teaching at Walmart, he's figuring stuff like that. And because the guy is Muslim, I say, he's teaching that Allah is a man. Do you believe that Allah is a man? And mind you, I'm an interpreter. So we have interpreters from different countries. You know what I'm saying? There are more Muslim people than non-Muslim. And a Muslim guy is not going to say in the interpreter's room, oh yeah, Allah is a man, or I don't have a problem with that. That's shirk akbar. That's like, so he was like, oh no, I'm not concerned about that, but what he's trying to do for black people and stuff like that. And I was like, man, you're making excuses just because you share the same religion. But the thing is,
he's a bigot. He's a bigot.
But it's not even this like Islam. That's not what it is. But then I did not trip too much. There's another colleague of mine. She was like smiling, and it's like I looked at her smiling. I was like, man, this guy, man, is so funny, man. But anyway, all this to say that one of the talking point is, well, okay, even if it was black people who built the pyramid, what does it change for us today?
Right.
I mean,
because
I could say even if Muhammad was black, what does it change for us today? We had 1,000 years.
No. Yeah, but they're literally showing their ignorance to what happened in the last, 400, 500 years on Earth. I mean, they literally, when they ask that question, well, what difference does it make? Well, it's the same reason why it makes a difference for someone to say you're more closely related to an ape versus not. It's the same difference. It's the exact same difference. Egypt is in Africa. What's the difference from it being in Arabia then? Why do you need it to be in Arabia when it's in Africa? Why do you need it to be there? Well, it's the same reason why somebody needed Africans to be more closely related to apes. It's the same exact reason. You see, it's called anti-black racism. And it's the thing that fostered a movement which enslaved African people. So, I mean, legally, through the law, through the religion and through the decrees of the religion, which became Western law and became Eastern law. You see, that's the reason. And if you don't want to keep your black ass out of chains again, you might want to get up with the struggle. Because it can happen again. The first wave of anti-black racism is to create an environment where you're less of a human being. How do you do that? They show that you contribute less to society. All you are is a monkey or ape or something like that. That's what this is about. So these people deserve to get smacked the fuck up. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's how you have to deal with them because they will get aggressive with you and be the ones all of a sudden trying to put your ass in chains again. And people like that need to understand that it ain't never going to happen again.
And I'm glad with what you said because the one that was like the third guy that I talked about, and it's difficult, I don't want to say their names, but he's kind of more or less my generation, maybe a few years older. But the other two, the first two that I talked about, they are like, like basically they could be my father, what I'm saying, in terms of age, And I don't recall hearing any person of European descent dissing Greece and Rome. But we have so many black people disrespecting Kemet. And the guy is saying, watch me destroy your religion. I'm sorry, watch me bury your religion. Why is he concerned about burning the religion of ancient Egypt, but not the Abrahamic religion? That's this
just
insanity.
He's
not saying watch me burn Hinduism, Buddhism.
No.
But we have so many
No, because he's scared of that. They're scared of that. They're scared to burn that because they will get checked on that. They will have one of those Hindus chase their ass down in the street and chop their ass up into pieces and throw them in the fire and then dance on their head. So it's like, but with all they're doing is being a part of the supremacist, anti-black supremacist thing again, because instead of stand up and have some nuts like a man, what they want to do is now they want to join the group that victimizes African people. That's all that is. Basically it's called being a bunch of goddamn coons. Literally.
Yes,
and there's always been people like that, black people like that have said, you know what, instead of standing up and doing the right thing and having some integrity, it's I can get some ham hocks and some grits on the side if I just go along with it.
Because
Basically,
they surely notice that when you have those black people who go against Kemet and check on Tadia, they notice that a lot of people of European descent love that. You know what I'm saying? So they're happy to get the pat on the
oh,
top of
but you
the
know
head.
what they do? You know what they do? They love it. They don't. They love it in a really weird way. See, they like to see that because it lets them know who's in charge. But they don't respect those people. They equally laugh at the same people that do that. They laugh at them and say, "Look at this stupid nigga. Look at that. Is it going against their own people?"
Exactly,
See that? See,
exactly.
guess who has the power? We, we do. That's what's
Yeah,
going on,
yeah.
you know.
But
And no dignified black man would play that game because I don't play that game. You know, they will never respect you if you play that game. And why should they? Why should they? Why should anyone respect you when you play that game? I wouldn't respect you. I don't. I wouldn't respect you. I would respect no man, regardless of his race, creed, religion, if he played that game, because that person is not worthy of respect. Because that person will, if the shoe is on the other foot, they will sell you out for a piece of ham hog.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, they're dirt, basically. No integrity. You know, and that's how I see it. You know, it doesn't matter who huffs and puffs the loudest. What matters is what it's going to be in the end, and you don't have to huff or blow hot air. All of this stuff is intellectual hot air. You know, this stuff they doing with the flat earth, the pyramid. You ain't going to do nothing about nothing anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Young hero, feel free to add on, brother.
Yeah, what's going on, man? What's up to everybody on the panel?
yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
was
getting real, young Heru.
man, it getting no real, man. It's getting faker every day. I don't understand what's up with this guy Sanchez because he be all over the place, man. Like I listened to a few minutes, then I just got off because I couldn't even listen to it. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy, he's not even asking a question. He's talking about he's about to bury this and bury that. I'm like, I don't really, like I told you, these people have an agenda. And another thing too, I think he knew who Shaka was. You know, he tried to act stupid like he don't know who you are, but he know who you are, and that's to show you how, you know what I mean, how low we are as people, that because you have an accent, you some kind of agent. Like really? Oh, so you only talk to black Americans, huh? You know what I mean? Like I don't, bro. And when he in New York, you know how much different people in New York from all kind of different backgrounds. So I guess
Hold on, hold on. I'm sorry, young hero. Bro Sanchez is from New York.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Oh,
think
okay, okay.
he's in New York, but I ain't too sure.
Because
But
with all
wherever
those
he
child
is,
molesters, you know what I'm saying, that centered around New York, you know what I'm saying, he wouldn't make a live stream to say, we got to get rid of them, but he's like, what's the purpose of the pyramid? Watch me bury your
yeah,
religion. Let's
yeah.
keep
But
going,
he's
young
not
hero.
even saying, like, he's not even asking a question. He's trying to diminish or make Kemet look bad in some kind of way. Like I don't like, bro. Like these people don't have nothing better. They don't understand everything they doing and they using is because of ancient Kemet or Africa. Because a lot of the teachings, a lot of the science, and all these things came from there. So everything these people doing now, it is nothing new under the sun. It just evolved. Who we don't even know, the scientists and historians, they can't even prove what the pyramids was really for. So if you're not in that time, the people back then could have been way advanced. You don't know if that was a energy source. You don't know what it was for, and they can't even duplicate it. So for him to be attacking it instead of trying to research it and find out, like I think it's pathetic, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? So, and all of a sudden he's on Kemet. Like I told you, these people have an agenda. They're all spreading propaganda, and it's all a show. You know, it's all about views and likes. This guy, they don't like V said, they're not gonna do nothing about nothing. These people have no standing in history, not even in the time they living in, much less to be questioning people from ancient times that has records and monuments that the modern day human look up to, you know, or even praise, even what it is, Osiris and Mary, you know. So a lot of the thing, the similarities in religion from ancient time, and they still praise it today. For him to, you know, to even try to imply something bad about Kemet, or like they wasn't worthy, or you know, like this is just to show you these people not comfortable in their own skin, and because of all the things that happened to us in history, they feel like we the lowest of the low, and they don't even have respect for the ones that was great. I mean, even all these myths and stories, even if it's in Chinese, Japan, India, wherever you want to name, you know, Buddha, this one, everything revived from ancient studies. It's all African stories. All these gods they talk about, even these superheroes and marvels, and you know, so people, yeah, people need to, even he talking about science. You know where that came from? This is your people that created science, bro. So you need to step back and think for a second, because you don't even understand, or better yet, understand what the pyramids actually mean.
Let me show you something. His live stream has ended. So this is the video, and here I'll be the first to comment.
But when you speak to someone intelligent, you see the ignorance come out of you. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, man, it's like I just tell Shaka, it's all fun and games. They playing games. They don't have no positive energy to create nothing. They just creating diversion and stupid arguments, just like you know, the other platform with the debates. It's all the same, you know. So yeah, that's all I have to say about him.
Yeah, I mean this dude, man. I'm just letting me know,
Yeah,
man.
I think that's I agree with you, Heru, young Heru. Also, like they don't, and I think they need to review this thing called anti-blackness. You know, and what the role of that has been, how it changed the trajectory of things. That it didn't just pop out of nowhere. It's been very concise and persistent over time, and that movement has harmed a lot of people, our ancestors. You know, and also destructed a lot of the world because it's moved on into, you know, running the same type of campaigns on other people too. You know, so I mean, it's it's a shame. It's a shame, you know. But like we said, it's hot air. They're not going to do nothing about anything. I mean, you know, it just, I don't even want to comment anymore, man. I'm gonna rest on that one. Just give it a break. It's think about this. Young people need to get off of this stuff, though. And brother, you said Sanchez is our age. I mean, well, we did have people with menticide our age. That's nothing new. Come on, man. How many people was coming off the plantation and just didn't know, you know, up from down, man? You know, been so twisted in the mind, the effects of it. I mean, the effects people are still living out today, you know, what those campaigns have done to us, you know. And our people contributed, people like Sheikh Anta Diop and Dr. Bennett, you know, whatever the efforts were, they contributed to turning over that page, to stopping that trajectory, to beginning to instill some pride back in African people, and not just Kemet, but also just in all different societies in Africa. You know, they're not separate from each other. They're connected one way or the other, you know, just like an alphabet would be, that you have to learn an alphabet to speak a language, you know, to and so it's the same thing with cultures and society. They're interconnected too, you know. Just the fact that that we may not know all of that, that's our challenge, to learn those things, you know. And then they want to just come out there and step on it and trash it, You know, I think that's all it is. It's just easier to trash black people's contributions to civilization than it is to stand up for them.
You know, you know what's so crazy is that as far as history shows, as far as the fact shows, we are the originators. You know what I'm saying? That's the worst part about it. You know that everything revived from us. No matter where you go, whatever corner you go, whatever story you want to pull up, it always have some kind of history or some story before it that originate from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, even in modern time, a lot of things we even use today. This guy like to talk about flat earth or whatever science, but he don't even understand the majority things he used today came from a black man mind. Most of the things that's created you use today was created by a black man, even if he didn't get the credit for it. You know, so he need to understand like these people, as far as Caucasians or whatever you want to call them, they the ones that had to always write their self within history. They always had to put they don't have no origin from where they came from or who their people was, or that's why they don't have no monuments or nothing as far as ancient time go back, you know, because a lot of the things they have, they got it from dark people, brown people, black people, whatever you want to call it. So I
Yeah,
just want to say that.
they came to Kemet and was like, whoa, these people wrote their history. These people, whoa, they was like, whoa, and then all of a sudden they had to start writing theirs. Everybody had to start writing their history, you know. And the only difference is that you know they had some bias in it and just couldn't let the bias go. You know, that's the trouble today. People don't want to let the bias go. The scientific community overwhelmingly, and not through wanting to, but they were faced to have to confront this themselves, and have pretty much. And then you have people trying to you know, insinuate that they are also wrong too. The scientific community is wrong. Everything that we know to be true is now wrong. You know, yet they're using all of these sciences that they were able to build upon and develop further to go to Mars. You know, but they wrong too. You still there, Shaka? You on mute or what?
Yeah, no, I'm still there. And can you hear me?
You know, any form of science is wrong when it points to the cradle of civilization was Africa. Then all of a sudden everybody's got to review. Now we got to review just all of science, the building blocks of science. Even where did they go wrong with this? You know, it's got to be something wrong with it. You know, why is the pyramid? What was the purpose of the pyramid? It's like, man.
And remember, like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, for all the followers of Bro Sanchez, he uses the word sphinx instead of sphinx, and he said that it's made of sand. I mean, if you follow a dude like that, and I like what the Fight Doctor wrote. Are there any other flat planets in the observable universe? Isn't it funny that it's only planet Earth that's flat, and all the other planets are not flat?
Exactly. Welcome back, Fight Doctor. Come on, come on the panel, please, man. So you know what this is like gaslighting. You know, when you first get gaslighted, it makes you silent for a second because you almost don't recognize this. It's just the stupidity of it just draws silence for a moment, you know, till people can gather their thoughts because it's so deranged. You know, it is a challenge.
Yeah, Shaka, do you know Ed Ledskin?
That doesn't ring a bell, no.
What did he build again? He did the Oral Castle, the Oral Castle in Florida. He was using some ancient I think it was some song technique in order to build it with some
Oh,
big
hold on.
blocks.
Is it the guy who allegedly built the castle by himself?
Yeah.
Oh man, I never believed that foolishness, man.
You never
And
believed it?
I never, from the first time I heard it, And to take it further, I was going out with this chick, man, and we were very early on. You know what I'm saying? And I told my wife here about this story, and she said, "Yeah, I saw online this guy. He built that castle by himself." And I was like, "By himself?" I said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." I said, "How do you know he built it by himself?" "Oh, but he showed the process, he showed the progress and stuff like that. He showed the picture." I said, "Well, you could have some people, doing the work and then just show a picture of himself standing in front of him, stuff like that, in front of it." And then she went on and said something else. I forgot what. And I said, "Well, I don't believe it." And she
Yeah.
went, "Oh man, I ain't gonna tell you anything. You know everything." She started getting mad. And I was like looking at her, and we were going to an event that I had paid for, like a kickboxing event. Actually, it was a Glory. For those who know, Glory Kickboxing, and I think it was the first time they came to Paris. So I was like, man, should I end it now? But then I was like, okay, man, I paid for it. We're gonna go. You know what I'm saying? But at some other time, I did a live stream, and there's a brother. He lived in France for a while, but now he's in um uh is it Guadeloupe or Martinique? But one of these islands in the Caribbean, which is a French territory. And he was telling me that he believed it. You know what I'm saying? That he
So
came up with a way to lift heavy stuff. And I mean,
you don't
but go
think
ahead, go ahead, brother.
you don't think in ancient time they had the science to control material through songs vibration?
Not at all. I don't believe that at all. I
So
remember that lecture by Bobby Hemmett, where he was kind of saying that they were
yeah.
using something so the stones would slide, or I don't know if he said it would slide or fly, but I think he said
No.
something
Okay.
so it would slide. No, I
So
mean, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
you don't think that vibrations and songs don't have a lot to do with frequency and movement as far as we see the physical realm?
Well, songs, sounds, frequency, yes, but moving objects, large objects, the stones from the pyramid, they weigh tons, you know?
Yeah.
So absolutely don't believe that's what it was. I mean, what's for sure is that
So you never read anything in the as far as Kemet, as far as your studies, as far as anything about that science, as do they don't really speak on those things?
no, but just today I took some notes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and he talks about I want to read it, so I'm turning on my other computer. It shouldn't be too long. But there's some things we don't know indeed, because people are very puzzled. How did it manage to lift such heavy stones? But hold on. No, wrong one. So the quote is, hold on. Might need to do a search. Well, you know what? If I do a search here, so always when you look for something, you don't find it.
We'll do this
Okay.
some other time.
Maybe it's the one before. That's why. If I go there, this one is okay. Hold on.
You really have to be. It's a certain type of person that comes up with a flat Earth theory, and that's I can't even understand it, because you have to be very, very ignorant, because pagans, you know, ancient people did not believe in no flat Earth theory. So it's like it's a unique theory in itself, because it almost sits aside of all people's understanding. It just came out of nowhere and didn't fit into any. No one got anything done with that theory. you know, you know, you know. So how do you plant crops if the earth is flat? I mean,
Hey man, don't be talking about the flat earthers, man.
it's like, what the heck, what's going on, man? You know,
I'm a flat earther, man. Come on, man. Yeah,
I'm just like,
I
What's
was
going on?
Go ahead.
Did they say that Ed Let's what his name is? Let's still? Did they say that he even gave his information of how he did it with the whole magnetism thingy or whatever? I gotta look it up.
So sorry, what was the question, you Heru?
No, the same guy that built the castle in Florida or whatever. I think he gave like his description of how he did it with songs and magnetism or
That's
whatever.
BS. That's BS. You know why, brother? Because he would have filmed it.
He would have filmed it.
He would have filmed the process.
When that was Shaka, people ain't had no camera phones and all that, man.
Okay. Oh yeah. So that's back in the days. But I just don't believe it. Because if he showed his technique, then somebody else would have used that technique and done the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, but I found the quote I was looking for. Now it says, monumental construction now dominated every aspect of Egypt's flourishing economy, while the royal workshops embarked on a perpetual mission to fill the royal storehouses, and hundreds of workmen were kept busy laying blocks at Saqqara. Thousands more men, women, and children were engaged in the backup services, which made large-scale stone construction possible. So this is the University of Manchester. I ain't gonna read more because I don't want to get into trouble.
That's
But
hard to believe though. Them thing weigh tons, like you said, Shaka.
well, you can say it's hard to believe, but if you have not only hundreds of people but thousands of people, then they surely found a way. Maybe using ropes, maybe people pushing on top of the ropes, and some way to slide. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I don't see how 1,000 people could not move some blocks, no matter how heavy they were. I mean, what's for sure is that they moved those blocks. We may not know how, but they did move them. You know,
yeah, I mean,
unless
animals.
you want to believe that extraterrestrial did it. And indeed, yes, thank you. You can use animals
What
as well.
about what about in Bolivia, Shaka? In the mountains, how they got it over there?
I don't know. You have to show me. I have no recollection of that. but
Yeah, I have no recollection.
but I don't know what you're talking about exactly. But I know that they talk about a lot of pyramids around the world, but they are actually mounds, and But can you just share a picture with us, like?
Yeah, I'll have to look it. I'll have to get it for you because I'm on my phone.
All right.
You know,
Do you know the name of that stuff in Bolivia?
You know,
In the Matrix, brother.
I'll have to look for it, Shaka. It's my brother who's telling me about it.
Oh, okay.
But check this out. We're still human beings today. Science today is trying to reconstruct and go backwards, and we're not only trying to figure out, how they move these big colossal stones around, right? We're trying to figure out how did people develop math. We're still trying to figure that out. How did we develop? I mean, really, seriously, we're
Man,
trying to
what you
figure it out
mean?
still. Because it happened over such a long period of human existence, that we still don't really know. We're reevaluating it. We're going back into time and trying to figure out those steps that our forefathers, our ancestors made. Science itself is trying to do that. It's not just with these colossal blocks. It's with everything, you know. So I just think, just to put that into perspective, there's a lot we don't know and about ourselves, I mean, literally. And that's just part of being humans, but human beings. But at the same time, that doesn't mean we got to jump into stuff like, I believe in science, physics, and things like that myself. No question. But the bottom line is that when you know something, you prove it, you document it, and someone else borrows from it. So looking back, we're trying to go back and figure out how do we first begin to develop these things, and we're still even trying to get a timeline for human existence on Earth. People still are trying to figure that one out. How long was it? Was it 1,000,000 years? Was it 2,000,000? Was it 100,000? Was it, you see? So I mean, that's just part of the overall dynamic to being who we are on this planet. As you can see, there have been attempts to guess. The Bible's an attempt to guess, to guess its way. you know, uh, they started off with 6,000 years ago.
What?
Hold on, please. Hold on.
Okay, go
Just
ahead.
want to thank Uncle Shug. He gave us $5 super sticker. Thank you, Uncle Shug. And I'm really looking forward to get on your platform, and I'm really looking forward to you coming back, part 2, and you preparing those videos. But go ahead, brother Young Heru.
Damn, I lost my thoughts, Shaka. What I was going to ask
I'm
you?
sorry, brother. It might come back to you.
Yeah,
I mean, you're talking about physics, right? Young Heru with the
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I just like saying, like, I don't understand. Oh yeah, this Sanchez guy, it's so funny that in 2023 you got grown men speaking so ignorant, to foreign black men just because he on another part of the earth, like, when we gonna get along? Like, it's like, bro, like, what kind of mindset do you have for you to call a man an agent because of his accent? Like, where they do that at? You know what I'm saying? So,
That's pure ignorance, man. And
James
this is
Bond movie.
that's a
and I
James
don't
Bond
know.
superiority.
movie.
That's a
Yeah,
superiority complex. I mean, I was talking with the brother Imhotep 360 today, and unfortunately, some people feel like, if you're not
Perus.
from America, like you are inferior, and it's sad. And I'm not saying it's all people or most people, but some people have
Oh
that
no,
mentality.
no,
Yeah.
Shaka. No, man. It's all people. Yeah, it's all people. Look, the Yenda law, man. The Yenta law. That's what I was saying, bro. Everybody has their own Yenta law, and the Yenta law always says the same mindless thing. Who do you think you are to tell us what to think? And then there's 10 rules, and then there's an 11th punishment rule. And the 11th punishment rule is, and don't you think we don't know something about you too? That means like, we got you, so we know something we could use against you. It's so primitive. It's primitive, and the only difference is that I would congratulate the Scandinavian people for documenting it, writing it down, so you could see how ridiculous people thought at one time, and many people still do think. I mean, they admittedly still say that people are struggling with this today. That's how much of an effect the Yanta law has had on Scandinavian people. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of Americans, the thinking has migrated from this part of Europe to the Americas. It's been brought to the Americas. You see what I mean? And people still have this type of this thinking where it's like group mentality, and it's very primitive because of course you can't use it in science at all. You cannot use it at all. But socially, you see that people carry this with them as a defense mechanism. You see, it's crazy, but it's a way to protect people that feel inferior. Use it to protect themselves, essentially. You know, they don't want something from the outside telling them what to think. It has nothing to do with what you're saying. You see, so it's crazy, man. It's
Shaka, do you think that well, I wouldn't say Egypt, I would say Africa. Do you see the evolution with their understanding throughout the ages? Like, do you see them speaking about certain concepts as far as man and woman and sex and baby and all of that, and then they evolve to more scientifically or mathematically? Do you see that in their history?
We will only know if it was recorded. So if we don't have it recorded, if we don't have it in writing, some people will
Yeah.
have, oral history, but how far do this oral history go? Because when we talk about the Abrahamic, narrative, and the root of it is really the Exodus narrative, what we call today Judaism. Um, they love to say, okay, we don't have any writings, but we know we had that oral history. We are led to believe that those people they just memorize all those things by heart like that,
Right.
and then they spit it out in a different language. They memorize it in Hebrew or Aramaic, and then they spit it in Greek.
Yeah.
But so I'm very cautious about claims of oral history. But if it's not written, if it's not recorded, then how will we know?
Yeah.
And we have very ancient writings from Kemet, but also from the areas that we call Sumer, Mesopotamia. But feel free, young Hero.
Yeah. Those places can be for Kemet, you saying?
I'm sorry. I just said that we have very ancient writings from Kemet, but also from Mesopotamia and
Yeah,
Sumer. They
yeah.
have a fair bit of writing,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
in
something
Kemet,
I
yeah.
heard. Something I heard. Shaka almost say, and he was trying to say like the hieroglyphics, as far as the metadata, and then he was speaking on the Book of the Dead and whatever else you call it. But he was trying to say that you could
The
see,
pyramid text.
yeah, the pyramid text. He was trying to say that you see how like the people evolve. Like he tried to say with the hieroglyphics or whatever, that was one stage where they was trying to explain certain human behavior and experience till they got it down to more like scientific, spiritual, whatever you want to call it. But he was trying to say that they had an evolution. That's why they created more things. That's, I don't know,
Well,
more deep, I guess. Or
a lot of the writing from Kemet, if it was not about the ruler, the nobles, and so on, about the society, the administration, then it was about religion. We probably have more writing about
no.
religion than anything else. But I say probably, quote me on that, because I haven't seen all the text, I haven't read all the text. So indeed, religion, belief in the afterlife, the how necessary it is to do good, to do ma'at, in order to be quote unquote rewarded or allowed into the duat or the netherworld. If you fear the weighing of the heart, there is amit, that hybrid animal, like a lion, hippopotamus, and I forgot what the other part of the animal is. It will devour you or devour your heart. So
Yeah.
we have that in the papyrus of Ani. Now, when it comes to like science, we do have some mathematical papyrus. I think it's Edwin Smith papyrus, or Rain papyrus, and one is about medicine, one is about mathematics. And in one documentary, which is probably still available on YouTube, but I forgot the title. See, once again, I had a Ning network, Nig. I'm sorry, Ning. It was very popular at one point, but people gave that up because Facebook kind of took over the game. But I will upload documentaries there. You see, because on YouTube you can upload unlisted videos.
Yeah.
So I would upload documentaries and make them unlisted, and I wouldn't get into trouble then. I think they didn't have those automatic ways of recognizing, like copyrighted the documentary. So I would upload them, and I mean I remember there's Pharaohs of the Sun, for example. I think that one talked about Amenhotep III, how people used to beg him for gold. Somebody said, gold in your country is like sand. But anyway, in one of these papyrus dealing with health, they said that if somebody's injured, if he has his body is cut, I think he talked about the face, but he said put some raw meat on it. And the person was speaking was saying that, well, now I'm not even 100% sure because that's a decade ago. If it was a documentary or if it was somebody talking about it, but the person was saying that indeed it is efficient to do that. If you don't have anything else, then that will help. You know what I'm saying? So that's just one example. But we do have writing when it comes to science, and obviously we do have the structures that are still standing to this day. So not only the pyramid is very high, and it was until the Eiffel Tower was built, the highest man-made structure. But the way it is built, the degrees of mistakes, which is like 0 point something, the alignments, I mean, it goes beyond, way beyond that nicely shaped stuff. You know what I'm saying? And when people go over it, it is just fascinating. But we have monkeys like Trackville and Butler Reggie who want to diminish that. You know what I'm saying? If some other civilization had that, they'll be very proud of it. But today we have those Abrahamic believers. Everybody's black dude, Judeo-Christianized black dude, who like, well, even if he was black, people would be the pyramid. How does that help us today? Like, you mean to tell me those writings that those Abrahamic literature is helping us today? Because we believe in those literatures is going to help us get somewhere. I mean, we have grown men in the street using those same street scriptures to say it's okay to sleep with underage girls as young as 12 years old, 9 years old. You know what I'm saying? They're not speaking out against that. Let's say,
he's choosing to bang on Kemet.
Exactly. Now let's say, okay, those kings, Khufu, or let's say the Greek names, that people know most, Cheops,
Right. That's what I was going
Khafra,
to say.
Menkaura.
The Greek.
Let's say they were flossing, they were showing off. They're like, man, I got more paper than you. I'm gonna build a huge structure just for the heck of it because I want to show off. Let's say they did that. Is that harming people? Now, maybe people gonna try to say, well, those workers, those poor workers, what I'm saying, they suffered and stuff like that. But we have records of them being paid, and they were being paid by wages that will be food, because I not aware of money back then. My colleague who saw me saw my YouTube channel on my computer later on. He asked me, are you aware of money in ancient Egypt? And I said, not to my knowledge. Probably when the late period when the Greeks were there. But not to my knowledge. They were being paid by wage, and we have records of strikes. Sorry. So in society where
so it
workers
have
go on,
records of people actually working on the pyramids.
I would say yes. I will have to check my notes.
Oh, okay.
But we definitely have people working on records. People working on different structures, and eventually going on strike. Because they were not being paid on time. So we're far from a slave or society. And actually, the video where I refuted the mighty Hebrews claim of attestation of Hebrews working in Kemet, I did quote from Rek Mire when he was saying that you have to treat the workers right. You have to treat them right. They put an emphasis on that. You know what I'm saying? So even if they were flossing and they're flossing, it's like, okay, I want to show off. Like, how is it bad? When we have grown men in the street saying it's okay to have sex with little girls, they're even saying it's okay, you can just nash a woman and rape her because that's what the scriptures say. You know what I'm saying? If we didn't have those laws here, or white man law, like they like to say, as if law has a color, you know what I'm saying? As if we don't have laws in Africa, as if we don't have laws in Asia, you know what I'm saying? But if we didn't have those laws, man, Can you imagine how many women would be raped by those Hebrew Israelites on site?
Nah, Shaka, not over here. Trust me, it'd be a lot of gunfire, a lot of people losing their life if they was going around trying that. You feel me? Because
Well, they can get
every
guns too,
woman is
man. They can
somebody's
get.
daughter, somebody's sister, somebody's mother, somebody's cousin. So that ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I beg to differ,
Maybe in
brother,
their little
because
camp.
I mean, they can use their guns too. They can say, okay, like the Carter
Nah,
in New
they
York
too
City.
busy trying to grab.
Well, they've been raping people. What happened? How many of them got shot? Zero.
You
I'm
got a
just saying.
point on that. You got a
Well,
point, but
but
hey, they ain't do it to nobody I know. Shoot.
Yeah, but they did it to some people that other people know, and they've been threatening people. You know.
They as people gotta take charge. Well, 9 out of 10, them people should be locked up, or the street should take revenge. Street
Well,
justice.
they've been locked up, then they got released, and now they are on Saneda's platform because
Well,
child molesters are welcome over there.
we can't control. We can't control that, man. Shaka. We trying to do something about it. You see, nobody ain't paying attention. They running from the real discussions and keep running with the same narrative with this stupid biblical nonsense, making money off the people instead of going in their community and doing something constructive, coming together, put their money together. But then again, they don't even want to work. They want to come on YouTube and beg you for your hard-earned
But
money.
but
So
we can actually I wouldn't say we can control it, but we can do something about it. Now I'm by
yeah,
myself. I'm supported by some of you,
yeah, we
but
trying.
but if we get in contact with the Me Too movement, you know, it's gonna change the game. Because the Me Too, people who are militant, they don't play around, man. They be like, what? That channel is invited convicted rapists, like it's all good. And those feminists too. I'm not in favor of feminism. For many reasons that I will touch on later on because I want to wait. I don't want it to appear like male versus female talk, particularly black male versus black females. But there's a lot of deviancy, if that's a word, when it comes to feminism, because a lot of female who are feminists, their reflex is to defend a woman just because she has a vagina. And men, we don't have that reflex. We don't defend a guy just because he's a male. We don't have that mindset. You know what I'm saying? We defend a guy if we believe he's right or if we agree with him. You know what I'm saying? If a guy is on some BS, we aren't gonna make excuses for him. But but anyway, we just have case of men being killed. Uh, there's a guy who was killed he was shot in the back, and by his wife, and she did a little bit of time in jail. Then she was released because she said that he raped her, that he raped her daughters. I mean their daughters. But the thing is that
wow,
you can get killed by your wife, and you're no longer there. And she says, "Well, he was raping me and raping the children." You're not there to defend yourself. So people are going to be, "Oh man, that's so horrible." But besides that, she shot him in the back. She said it was self-defense. How is it self-defense if you shoot him in the back? So you
yeah.
can be in your sleep and get stabbed to death, or you can just mind your business at home and I don't know, you go to work, and once you have your back turned, she shoots you in the back and she claims self-defense. But anyway, that's just something else. I digress. Now, I'm about to lose. Yeah, those militant, those feminist Me Too movements, they're gonna play around with that. You know what I'm saying? Because SAR should be intelligent and stop inviting those convicted child molesters or an organization that support convicted child molesters. When I heard him say, "Oh, Mighty Hebrew, come on," I'm like, the guy is not learning.
Chaka,
And yeah, go ahead.
but wasn't Saneta homeboys with Africa Bambata? They know each other, right?
I don't know that, but I think he
But
filmed some
I'm just saying,
anniversary or
like
something.
you just see how deep the well go though, because it's even on a higher scale. You see what's going on with the whole Zulu nation and all of that you was just talking about. So it just to show you like this, it's serious. Like black people have a serious mental issue with this so-called celebrity status thing, man.
It's true.
These
It's true.
people are today idols and gods. You
But
understand me? They don't understand. They talking about biblical. They don't even know how they selling their soul to today's deity. These people you call billionaires and rap artists and movie actors and basketball players and people with the big diamonds on. Like, these people are so pathetic. You know what I mean? Human beings in general. They don't understand. They letting these people dictate um set the trend. They letting these people tell you what to do, how to dress. This is why you see in men today with all kind of feminine thing and bra and purses and nails, and they trying to act like they straight men. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could do what you want, be what you want, but that's not what a man's supposed to be. We are natural in our nature to be masculine, you know what I mean? To be the protector. So all this feminine thing they're doing is all about society trying to construct how man should be, and it's an attack on the black men, you know what I mean? So
But you're correct.
because just the other day I heard Jesse, damn, what's his name is? Jesse
Jesse Lee
something.
Patterson.
The idiot black guy that always talking bad about black people. You know who
Jesse
I'm
Lee
talking about.
Patterson, the black
Yeah,
Republican.
I mean,
Yeah.
this guy is so pathetic. So you see, we have so many black men that has platforms that embarrassing us and making us look bad. It could be on the sports level. It could be on the whatever level. It always have those black men, and basically the majority of black men is on the downfall because they have no brains, they have no love for life, they don't seek knowledge or understanding. Everything is money, sex, and murder. But this guy's gonna say that every other human being other than white is destructive, so white people need to have more babies. You hear how ignorant this guy sound? This is a man that's not even comfortable in his own skin. All he do is
Now, sorry, just out of curiosity, have we ever seen his, like, do we know the ethnicity of his wife?
who that Jesse guy?
Yeah.
He ain't got no wife. He just said
Strange.
it on TV the other day. You know what I'm
Strange.
saying?
But hold on. Wasn't it him? Wasn't it with him that there was some issue about like some gay stuff?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm gonna look it up.
But then again,
maybe I'm
they
confusing him
like
with
to
another one.
speak
I'm gonna look it
against
up.
but they always got some funny background. But the way he carry himself, you never know. But I'm just saying the guy is so pathetic, you know. He always trying to point out the wrong in people and not the good. It's just like Chief X. These things happen every day in your face. Black people getting murdered for no reason by cops, even by white citizens, and they act like they don't never see it. Every time a black man get killed, they try to act like he did something wrong, even if he running away. But it's so many times that black people put their hands up or surrender and still got killed. But these people that act like they don't never see the destruction and the racism in everyday life, you know. So it just to show you how pathetic they are. They always go around all the things that we go through as people and try to say the few that do few bad things is a whole, and that's not the way it works. You know, just you can't say because a
You know
man
what?
do something, I going to do it, or every black man going to do it.
You know what, brother? Also, it goes against all logic because, the whole idea about reparations is the idea that PADs, people of African descent that have been descendants of colonization and slavery, they cannot self repair. They must have accountability from others that committed those atrocities against them to aid in the repair. So a lot of this, I mean, we were speaking about this the other day, just with the crime, element, like in DC, and it's like this in other cities. You're dealing with 200 years of like segregation. You're dealing with hundreds of years of slavery. Then you're dealing with segregation, Jim Crow, right? Right. And in none of that time could you earn a wage to support your family, yourself, your own ideas, your own communities. None of that time. Right. And so after slavery, and you still couldn't do that freely and openly, crime became part of the dynamic with our people. the numbers. Self-economy. That's where all of this stuff begins with our story, and that's part of the reparations dynamic struggle. So these people that are making these things know the reality of it is that crimes against humanity have happened against our people, period. And self-repair alone, we're not in a position to repair ourselves. We're not. That's what the United Nations says themselves. You see, so all of those arguments, they go against all the experts. It's just they're just trying to point the finger at us and blame the victims. Not that I think we should sit and be in any type of victimhood. I don't see myself as doing that, but it just goes against the very charters and the laws that we claim to be a part of. It's just ridiculous. That's the whole point in reparations, so that people have an opportunity to repair, an opportunity you will in no
Yeah,
other way have the opportunity to do in a
and
capitalistic society. Period.
yeah, Bennett, regardless of what too, is the right people too, because I feel like no matter how much you give the wrong people, they're not gonna do right by it.
Right. Hey Shaka, check your email, bro. It's just going back to that thing about what we were discussing, science and things like that from Kemet. I just sent you something. Yeah. Andrea.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you
Good
hear
day,
me?
sister. Yes, loud and clear, sister.
Yes,
Feel free
good
to
day
speak.
to you.
Yeah, I keep getting it keeps timing out on me here. I guess I'm outside away from my router or whatever. But I was calling, and I'm enjoying the conversation, but I I was gonna chime in about the feminist thing. I'm not a feminist like 100%, but I am a little bit because we've been behind the eight ball for a long time. For about
Mm-hmm.
men could do whatever they want to do to us, right? Because it was the laws that we were their property. And up until 1975, a man can still beat the hell out of his wife, and he didn't have to go to jail for it.
Right.
So, I mean, we've had to fight. We've had to fight to get where we are. Didn't it just happen overnight?
You know
And
what?
so,
I
just
knew
like
you was going to chime in right
I mean,
there.
I'm black first, but we got to keep everything in its proper perspective because everything wasn't, we didn't have the rights to do a lot of stuff. And
Sister,
even when it came to going on a job, and if you were sexually harassed on your job, cat called walking down the street, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. All those things were happening to us, and that's not to excuse the behaviors of. Go ahead.
yeah, no, sister, did you say
Go
cat
ahead. I
call
keep
on the
I keep
street?
coming in and out, so hopefully.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
women used to get
Well,
whistled at and all kind of
yeah,
stuff.
but I mean,
It,
this is not an assault.
unsolicited.
It's not an assault to get cat called or whistled out.
No, I'm not saying it's an assault. I'm just saying there are things that have happened over time that we've been subjected to.
True. It's true, sister. Oh, you're. I think you're on the matrix right now. Yeah.
Breaking up.
I don't know if you can hear me, but feel free to leave and come back, sister.
I agree with her though. I agree
No,
with her.
I
I
agree.
agree with her.
That's legitimate. The fight for equality between male and women, I'm all for it. But
Yeah, we wasn't really on that topic though.
yeah. The problem to me, and Kemet found, I'm gonna let you speak.
Thank you.
Is like I was saying, this reflex of defending female just because they are females. That's where the danger is. Because the reality, I don't think anybody can deny that amongst feminists, you have a lot of women who are lesbians and who hate men.
Yes.
And they want to be over men. They want to be superior to men. They always feel like they are more intelligent, that they don't need men, and it's fear this narrative. So it's like
Yeah.
Pan-Africanism. I know that there are some sincere Pan-Africans. However, I know that many Pan-Africans are aware of the rapists and the pedophile, and they defend it just like the SAS channel's doing. But Kemet found, feel free to speak.
First, I want to say thank you for even having me on here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Feel free, Kemet found.
All right, so I'm a little hot. I'm excited. I'm super excited for being on here. I've been listening to you gentlemen for about a week now, but Shaka, I've been following you for longer than a week. I've been following you since about, I want to say 2008, 2009.
That's what's up.
Is when I've been following, how long I've been following you. But I wanted to jump in and catch up with you guys because I can't sure if I'm pointing in the right direction, but young Haru, no, Mr. Bennett, man, you're a powerful man.
Oh, thank you, brother.
I just want to say that everybody here should be grateful for having you, and everybody else should be grateful for having each other. I just want to say that. But you ask a lot of important questions. You asked a lot of important questions today. You asked a question about measurement. How did it come about? You know, you asked about you asked a lot of things like the beginning of conception of things and why are these things not being passed down? And to find this information, to find out all these information is a lot of work. I'm not going to say I haven't done this work. I'm going to say this is one of the things that I've contributed to give back to the community. I love the fact that you constantly ask that. What did you give back? Not you, I'm not asking, but you constantly ask people that. What did you do? What have you done? Right? Right? Because it brings you to their purity in this world that we're in, right? It gives you an understanding of how pure a person is, right? Because you know,
indeed.
I'm sorry, Shaka?
No, indeed, we follow you. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for the panel, right? Like, what's the job of a water drop? I understand it's off contact a little bit because I know Shaka wants to talk about the pedophiles, and there's things that nature. And I cheer you guys on in this.
We can talk about anything.
I cheer you on in this, Shaka.
Feel free. We can talk about
100%. Go. 100%. Don't stop. If you see my text messages, I tell you every fucking time, don't stop, bro. Keep going. Okay? The brother that was on here the other night that admitted that he himself has been, you know, he has been seduced to these atrocities. He admitted it on here. I respect that man.
Molested, yes.
That's I respect that man. If I ever see him not on no homo shit, I give the man a hug and a handshake. Like, yo, bro, listen, bro, I'm here for you whenever.
That's courageous.
And that's what
indeed.
she's talking about. She's talking about the feminism and that. That's okay with growth and development. For us as men, Bennett, that's what we need to do. We need to grow. We need to get back with the growth and development. Better fathers. All right, so I asked you guys a question. As men, you don't have to answer it. I'll answer it for you, for myself. How do you want to be remembered?
As a non-child molester, as
a
brother,
a good father,
as a man who
or a better teacher. Those two things.
Yeah, as a father, correct.
Every man should have a good father in their life. If they have a good father in their life, I'm sorry. Then at least, hopefully, you had a father figure. And if you had a father figure in your life, then at least he taught you how to play catch. He taught you how to ride a bike. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry.
So when you say a better man, don't you just mean a righteous man, an upstanding man? Because you could be a father.
I'm saying father, not man. I'm sorry.
I get where you're coming from.
I'm saying don't you could be a father figure to your child and children in the community.
That would be the that would be the new constant, right? That would be the new constant. Meaning, like, what would be a rule? A rule would be like, to be a good parent, or to be a good father, would be check the terms and conditions of every application that your child is downloading on the phone.
Yeah.
Make sure that they're, you know what I'm saying? I'm referring to little baby steps. When we start integrating these little things, these little habits, these normal habits, right? We understand everything Shaka is saying. We understand everything Shaka is saying about pedophiles. We go online, we go through, we understand the list of philias, right? We understand that it's a mental disorder, right? We understand, we have it fully understood. All the information's there.
Hold on, please, hold on. Just for the record, Bro Sanchez has deleted my comment. I actually gave the link to the StreamYard chat directly. You know, now apparently I'm not blocked, so you can see I'm putting the comment again. You know, but eventually he might end up blocking me. But you can see anybody that follows Bro Sanchez how much of a female cat he is, because the dude just deleted my comment, man. know what I'm saying? People act like they want to have grown man conversation, but
Yeah.
they cannot take. I mean, it's just for the record. But you know what I want to say is that um the sad thing is that it is relative or subjective when we talk about a good man or good father figure, because those guys who grew up in those Hebrews or like camps like ISUPK and GMS, those elders who say that it's okay to have sex with underage girls because the Bible says it's okay as long as she has a period of flowers. Those
Yeah.
organizations that defend convicted rapists, a lot of
Nebula,
them
you're
grow up
talking about
and
Men's Boys Love Association. You're talking about stuff like this. I've done my homework
no,
on it
all I'm
too.
trying to say is that for some of them who grew up amongst those camps, those people who've been teaching those stuff and doing those stuff, they see them as father figures. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Right.
Tazariak said publicly that he defended the dude, even though he was found guilty. Mighty Hebrew was found guilty of rape, and he's been a regular on this platform. And some people grow up in those camps, young boys, and they see them as father figures, as men. You know what I'm saying? Because they're bringing in the money by having the woman doing all the work. But feel free to continue. Feel free to add on.
You're Shaka, you're right. You're 100% correct, but you have to understand the timeline. The carbon footprint for these things are there. All right, it's there. All we got to do is look at it. The first thing we got to understand is, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to go back to the father thing, is that's what's going to make us good. That's what's going to kickstart good fathers.
Let me just say something. Like when you say that, right? So I understand where you're coming from. Like everything starts in the home, because I had a good father and a good mother. You know what I mean? And they still together, and all my brothers and sisters, we not in jail. We living, we working, we have families.
You made it. I'm happy. You're blessed.
I wouldn't say I made, but I'm just saying, like, I understand that concept, but at the same time, you have to look at the broader picture as well, because your children still going to grow up in society where other people have families and have children. So you want to be able to have a community that have the same principles and concept as you, as far as bringing your child upright. So when they go out there in the world, they have more people that have the same knowledge, same understanding, because they have parents that follow the same principles, which make a community, right? So I'm just saying, like, you when you say a righteous man, that's what it means. Like, he's not just about his self or his seed, but he see other people's seed the same way the characteristics that he see in his seed. So he has some kind of passion and love for them as well, because we know that it's a village, a society that, yeah.
I understand what you're saying. You're pretty much comparing and contrasting to somebody who is a father, how I'm defining it, to somebody who is a righteous man. All right, so here's what I'm saying. Everybody understands what a father is, right? If you don't know what a father is, then that's on you. I'm sorry. At this point,
Yeah, if you're a father, you understand it, right?
Okay, so if you had a father, if you're born and you're on this planet, you have had a father. I'm saying that.
Well, it depends, because people exist. A lot of people
If
didn't.
women are having babies without men right now, you know what I mean? Like, you got it. I'm just
Oh,
saying.
but bro, let me say this. I had a father, and I had a very close relationship with my father from a very young age, where he taught. I worked with him as a boy. He taught me his trade, but on hands, on hands, having to use tools and things like that since I was 7 years old. He nurtured me and helped me become the man I am today, because he was the person charged with that. So I'm like my father in a lot of ways, in many ways, so I follow you if that's what you mean.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Bennett. Yes, Mr. Bennett. That's what I'm talking about. 100%. I ain't talking about no extra going outside and doing. No, I'm talking about a father passing down his many good works to his child, so his child can take those many good works and pass it down to his kids.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
The forefather effect. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
I'm trying to understand what the young man is talking about. Young Haru.
I understand what you said, but I'm just putting things in a broader context because I thought you had a point as far as the discussion about how we want to be remembered or how we want to be seen as men. So just like Shaka said, we speaking about what's going on in the community as far as little girls is a noble cause. So don't you think
Who's
that
better?
is
Who's better
something
to
that we
protect
should
them than a
talk?
father, man?
Huh?
Who's better? Who is better than to protect those kids than fathers?
Yeah,
If
No
if
one,
I
the
hear
no
you,
first
one,
bro.
no
person on
one.
deck that's not mad about any of the shit that goes on that you guys discuss, if that's not every man that's on this deck is not a father. If you're not a father, all right, fine, you're not a father, but you've had a father figure. And you either you didn't have a father figure, you something happened. I hate to say this type of stuff, talk about that kind of shit, because I have my own life experiences.
I think that's where Shaka was saying it's subjective
Yeah,
because maybe
everybody
good
do, and
people's things didn't. Everybody didn't have a father like me.
Well, that's
Everybody
what I'm
didn't have a
saying.
relationship. Yeah,
That's
so
what I'm
in that
saying.
way. Yeah.
The object now is to become better fathers, right?
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, just what I learned from my father and raising my kids, it puts me in contact with other kids that don't have fathers. That they get attracted to me because
That
they
sounds
see
like
my
abundance.
relationship with my son, and they come to me for advice. And you
Abundance.
know,
You got a lot to
and
give. Give it up. Hmm.
so I kind of see what you're saying. Definitely, I agree with that. It starts from the one and expands. It
Yes.
definitely does. Every number without one, you don't get any other number. You don't get two or three or four or five. You don't get a million. You
One
know,
plus one. One plus one equals three in nature, right? When it comes in the
R- it-
universal law,
that too. Yeah, that one too. I follow you on that one too. Yeah, I
mother,
follow what you're
father,
saying.
son, or daughter, however you put it, right? So when
Yeah.
you start from the beginning of conception, you had asked, Mr. Bennett, and this is a testament to me listening to how much you speak. All right, you asked on here earlier about measurements. You said, how do they get this measurements? How did the beginning of measurement? I've done my research on that. Shaka, you answered. Shaka, you answered with how they moved the boulders. They must have pushed them, and they had used animals. Somebody said something about animals. I listened to you guys, and I'm sitting here dying. I'm like, yo, I could tell you, I got you. And the first question I had
Okay,
to ask
come
you
on
guys,
with it. Let's
I'm
hear
sorry.
it. Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it, man. Let's hear it.
So boom, my first question to you, right, would be, I can answer the question with a question. What's the job of a water drop?
What's a water drop? I don't know what a water drop is.
Natural drop of water measures out to 1 centimeter, no matter how you drop it, my friend. So if
A
you have
drop of water
control over the water drop, I'm gonna explain.
from rain or from
I'm
like
gonna explain. You take a chopstick. Oh, here we go. No. Take a chopstick, dip it in some water. You can control the drop of water. This is how you can control it. Get a drop of water, get a chopstick. You're gonna get a chopstick, dip it in the water, and naturally allow the drop of water to drop on something that will not absorb the water. Table, any type of gray whack, any kind of limestone, anything that will not absorb water. Just allow the water to drop. And I want you to take a measuring stick and measure it. I don't care where you get that drop of water. You can get that drop of water from your sink, your sink, your sink, her sink, his sink, any sink. Every single time you measure, it's going to measure out to be 1 centimeter every time. You can get it from the Nile River. You can get it from the Chesapeake Bay. You can get it from the Massapequa. You can get it wherever. I don't care where you get the water drop from. It's going to measure out to be 1 centimeter. That's your beginning, Mr. Bennett.
I hear you. I follow you.
Mr. Bennett, that's your beginning of measurement. Now I
Hmm.
posted some, Mr. Shocker. I posted something on your page just recently before I jumped in here, before I studied and understood how to do it. I jumped on your page and I went to your golden ruler. You remember your golden ruler you had posted? I watched that a long time ago. I remember you posting that. Do you remember your golden ruler?
yes, from the Louvre Museum. Yes.
Yes, sir. This golden ruler is formatted for the centimeter. Now you have to ask yourself a question. Who appropriated the centimeter? And what year did they appropriate the centimeter? Mr. Shaka.
The centimeter was not used in Kemet. They had different measure. In French, we call it coup d'œil, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot how they call it in English, but I can look it up. I'm going to share the link for the golden ruler. I don't
It's
remember.
disguised,
No,
my friend.
that's not the Louvre Museum. Actually,
It's disguised. Trust me. The centimeter is all in antiquity because it's attached to universal law, Mr. Bennett. The water drop is attached to universal law. The first people on this planet are going to understand that water drop as a universal constant.
Right.
Mr. Shaka.
Yes.
The French appropriated it in 1795. Your country. Your countrymen appropriated the centimeter in 1775. You're aware of this?
No, but what are you trying to say, brother? Like, you sound like you're.
It's just I'm not trying to say anything. I'm asking a question. That's it.
Okay. All right.
I'm not trying to make no claims. It's just a simple question.
There's a documentary. I think it was translated in English. It's a white dude, probably of.
I got you. I know which one you're gonna say.
Yeah, the K 2019.
He's from Albania.
Lebanon.
Albania.
Oh, okay. And he argues that he's a Caucasian or not really European descent. He's more like but
Albanian.
Okay, if it's Armenia, then I guess you can say Europe.
He's Albanian.
He's a white dude, let's say, and he argues that the ancient Egyptians were black. And I think it's in that documentary that he shows this measure because they were using this. I mean, hold on. How do you call it in English?
All right, so I got you. No problem. I got you.
And they figured that the kings didn't have the same length. The arm didn't have the same length, so they were wondering, how can we have some measure that has the same length? So the word in English is cubit. Okay, cubit, and I think that's what they were using in Kemet.
You know what, Shaka? I think where he's getting at is exactly why I just sent you that PDF.
And I heard
but I'm gonna let him continue.
Mr. Bennett, I heard you.
You
understand?
Yeah.
I was here. I'm listening.
It's interesting what you're saying because you chimed in on a particular part of the conversation, which you did state, and that's what led me to send Shaka a PDF because it was in line with something similar. So go ahead, continue. I think I get your point, but continue because
Okay,
let's hear what you said. Yeah, man.
So the reason why I asked the question, what's the job of water drop? Because I like to patch things up. Because I don't stop this. This is not this is not the only place I do.
But you can ask that same question in a few different ways. But I hear you. You just asked it that way with the water drop. I got you.
Yes, sir.
No?
All right. The reason the job of a water drop is first when it gets here, it's clean. It's clean. It's fresh water. Now, how does it get back to being fresh water? Condensation. There's a whole bunch of stuff I can get into with that. I got a whole study group on that. I could show you a whole condensation, the whole thing. All right, we can get into that, but we're not going to because the idea of a water drop, the job of a water drop is to go up and to make it home, come back down and make it home safely, clean. Because if it's in shit water, excuse my language, if it's in shit water, it's going to take a very long time to evaporate. True or false? It's going to take a long time for it to separate from that shit. But if it's in fresh water, it's going to make it home real safely, easy. So when you're first born, your eardrum in water is the first thing that gets developed as a human. Your eardrum. We're talking science now, Mr. Bennett. In birth, in water, your eardrum. Through vibration, Mr. Young, through vibration, it's the first thing that's developed. As clean and as pure as that is developed in the womb is as clean as you are supposed to leave this environment. Now I'll ask you a question. We'll make it interactive. When you're by yourself, this is an alley-oop. This is an alley-oop from KRS-One. When you're by yourself, right, and you're having concentrated thoughts, whose voice is that? It's unfortunate that comes from him. It's unfortunate it comes from him. I don't follow that man. I don't like that man. I don't deal with that man. It's a couple of these hip hop artists that y'all listen to. I don't listen to. I'm 40 something.
But I hear you. You got it from him, but it don't come from him. But you got it from him.
Yes, sir. I understand his rhythm with this. His rhythm is on point. But the idea is coming from a real bad place. Which, Shaka, you're right. A man not give a fuck about what this man is doing to the community needs to be exiled. 100%.
Well, bro, what I was
Yes,
gonna
sir.
say is that you know, when you entered that convo, it was when you entered the conversation, it was an interesting point because we were asking those questions like, what does he mean about why is the pyramid? You know, why did they make the pyramid? Well, where's his line of thinking? And I was saying, you know, okay, but there's multiple things behind it. You know, it's not, you know, there's how they made it too. That's part of it, right? And these kind of things. And I think the challenge that we're having is that, you know, that a lot of things were destroyed. You know, a lot of what was in Egypt, their knowledge, it's been destroyed. It's been preserved through the works that remain, through questions like that. How did they make the pyramids? That goes into their science, right? And their sciences go into almost everything else that we see. Even their religion, their theology, into their building. It's built into everything that they have. Daggone, you know, it's it's universal science, wisdom, essentially. You know, which was the building blocks for the Greeks, essentially.
Yes,
And what we know,
100%.
yeah, well, and what we find out a lot is going backwards is through the Greeks, because we know that they say themselves that they know they got everything they got from Kemet, that the Kemites proved it to them. You see, so and that was early on, you know. So this is at the root of their society where they're saying this. So you know, a lot of what we know about a lot of what a person could extrapolate came out of Kemet. You could say the Greeks are talking about themselves. There's many people that say, just flat out say, the Greeks stole it from the Kemites. You know, and I think
Welcome to the stream,
so.
Eduardo.
So when we look into the Greeks, you know, you in some ways you see the furtherance of some of those sciences. You know, you see the furtherance, or even just the flat out copies, right? Which get into a lot of different elements of you know, which we're discussing. You know, you could even say that question that you posed is you know, speaks to that in a manner. You know, so. I think that's where the gray area is for a lot of people, you know, and you know, that's an element we don't discuss often enough, unfortunately, you know. But I hear you. You know, I've sent Shaka a PDF of a book. It's called Suing Pythagoras, which is the whole
Oh my
point
God.
is a lawsuit about, you know, where it points out piece by piece every single thing that Pythagoras that is attributed to Pythagoras, that, and then they show you the Egyptian version of it, the Kemetic version through time, right? And so it's interesting that you came in at
Mr.
that
Bennett,
point, you know.
this is what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. You understand?
Uh,
I'm talking about. I've
yeah.
been in here. I jumped in when I got home. When I changed my pants and I took a shower, got cleaned up. The first thing I heard when I joined in was the flat Earth theory. You guys were talking about. I did a whole study group over here about the flat Earthers. Like I ripped those dudes apart. That whole community. I don't. All right, so you're not. I'm not out there. I don't put my face out there too often. Mr. Shaka, you know, you probably don't remember me, but I thanked you one time. You gave me you put me on a path that you don't even remember, but I remember it. It's the reason why I'm so tight with you. That's the reason why I stay so close to you, because your information is so it's insane. It's that heavy.
Hold on, brother. Are we spoken before? Like, was it BTR or?
No, it's right here. Just like this one, but it was just me and you though. You don't remember it.
Oh no. How long ago was it, like, roughly?
I want to say probably
A
about
year, 2 years?
no, much longer than that. It was probably about, you know, I'll give you the subject matter. It was about it was about one of the Bibles.
Okay, well, I don't
We
remember.
was
I'm
talking
sorry.
about I'll tell you, we was talking about Habib.
Habib?
Yes, sir. We was talking about this word and the Bibles that have this word. You remember this conversation that we was talking about?
No, I don't recall. Now I know Habib, like in Arabic, it means like beloved or something like that. Habibi,
Well,
my
maybe it's not
beloved.
this word, but I'm talking about
Yeah.
the word from one of the Bibles that desecrates the black man.
Oh, Abid, which means slave.
Yes, Shaka. Remember this conversation?
Yeah. Well, that's
Yes,
more the
I'm
Quran.
that
That's
guy.
more the Quran or the Hadith.
Yes,
Abid.
I'm
Yeah.
that guy. I'm that guy that you had a conversation with.
Well, I don't remember the convo, but
I do.
I'm not sure that word is in the Bible.
Oh, it's in one of them. It's not the oh my God. You pointed it out. I have the video of your whole finger and everything. What's the word? I got it. I took snapshots and everything of it. Shaka.
Okay. All right.
Trust me. I've
Well,
been with you for a very
Hebrew and
long
Arabic,
time.
they are sister languages, so they might have some similar word in Hebrew, but I'm not familiar with it. But yeah, Abid in English it is Abid. Some people may write it Abeed, but Abid does mean slave, and in the Arab world, in Muslim world, many people use that word to describe black people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, this is the early
in a bad
Shaka.
way or a good way?
Oh, in a bad way.
Oh, okay. And does it mean does it reflect the skin?
They a lot of time they use that word for black people.
Does it reflect it towards their skin? I understand black people.
Well, black people, their skin is black, so yes.
Eyes, black people's kinky hair. Like where are we at with this? I'm trying to understand when you say it's directed towards black people, in what format?
I don't know what else to tell you. Etymologically,
See,
it means slave, but that's the word that they use to.
Yeah, etymologically, it means slave.
Yes.
Yeah. But I remember that video, Shaka. The not the one that this brother was in, but the one where you were explaining that. I remember that. That's early in YouTube when you came on YouTube.
I've been with him that long.
So is it the video where I was refuting that guy called Christian Prince?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That guy is anonymous, and he said that in the Quran he says black slave, but it doesn't say black slave. He just says slave. This is the word abid. So
Abib. Now I'm asking you, what does Abib mean when directed towards black people? Does it refer to their black skin, or does it refer to their?
I mean, it's delicate to answer that. It refers to the black skin. They use that term for black people. It's like in one penny in America, when people use the word slave, it won't be a black person. And in the Arab world or Muslim world, black people were enslaved at one point in time. You see, so now they no longer use slave to designate a black person.
I care about the word being used as a distinct, direct etymology towards black people. There's no Bible ever that says that, except for one, and it's the one that you pointed out.
Etymologically, it doesn't have the meaning, this of black. It means slave.
Not yet, anyway. Not yet. We hope. We hope not yet. We hope that it doesn't yet. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're going in circles, really. But feel free to add on.
No problem. Okay, I don't want to go in circles. It's fine. I will respect the fact that we're not going in circles. It's okay. No problem. I'm sorry. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that, I do remember you, Shaka. You keep going. I'm not knocking you. I respect you.
That's what's
I respect you.
Thank you.
100%. Miss Bennett, you keep them tight. You're doing great. Mr. Bennett, yo, bro.
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that.
You're a boss, cuz. I see you as a spearhead, cuz.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
We thank you very much, Kemet fam. We have a new caller called the Telescope Channel. Feel free to speak.
Young, be good. Thank you.
I think Andrea was cut off before the brother came on.
My apologies.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't come in. I didn't come in for like the indecisive discussions and like the arguments. So go ahead. You can speak.
I was
talking to him.
I was going to ask Kemet. I think I seen him on Sanetta channel a couple of times, but yeah.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
No. I mean, I thought he was trying to get to a point based on the conversation we was having, but. I hear what he's saying to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying? I was going to ask him if some of the some of our thoughts, if it's doctrinated and if the mind is controlled, if are we really hearing our voice or are we hearing somebody else's voice because our mind is so corrupted? But anyway, go ahead, Andrina.
Now let me just say, Wild Funk wrote same as Zanj and Aswad, just that Abid is more derogatory in Arabic, if I'm not mistaken. Now Aswad is the root word for black in Arabic, and you have the alternative for Sauda, which, if I'm not mistaken, is like the feminine form. Oh, Kemet found is back. Kemet found is back. But Zanj indeed was a derogatory term. But Aswad is not a derogatory term. Just like Abiad is the main word that means white in Arabic. So that was just for the record. But
yeah, I've never been on Sinetta's channel. I don't do none of that shit. Not never. I don't even know anything about Sinetta until you guys started mentioning him here. Okay, let's just get that out. Let's just clip that right off the muscle. Off the muscle. I don't deal with none of them dudes. I don't know nothing about none of them dudes. You know who I know? I know this guy right here. If my timeline of how I understand him right now hasn't correct physically, mentally got you understood in line with where I'm at with him, and you want to try to put me with Sinetta? Nah, I ain't with that.
Ain't nobody trying to put you nowhere, my boy. I just asked a question. Maybe I mistake you for somebody else.
Oh, I thought you said you saw me someplace.
Well, I think he said, I think I saw him on Sinetta.
Yeah, I think he said that too. I think he said that too. I don't want that. I don't want that. That don't belong to me.
Yeah, but it wasn't like a disrespect. I mean, I know some people who go on Sinetta's platform and they are still coming here. You know, it's not like there's no law that says you're not allowed. Yeah, but you know.
Well, and when they do that, do you clown them for doing it?
No, because I know that.
Yes, you do. You badger anybody who go over to Sinetta or any of these platforms that does anything of that nature. We don't.
Nah, he don't because Jay Harry was just here earlier and he be on Sinetta.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say any name, but Jay Harry was against. He's against child molesters, you know, and he made that clear. But go ahead, Telescope Channel.
Also, look. I just not too long ago. That's even why I even came on the platform, is because I seen the brother Shaka on Sinetta's platform. You know what I'm saying? So let's be real. I'm gonna put my face on it. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta be real, man. We gotta pay a little homage to, even though Sinetta have his differences and shit that goes on and a lot of things he can't control. We gotta pay homage, man. This man created some shit. That's how we even know about Shaka. That's how you even able to sit up here and be on Shaka's balls like that. You know,
look at that. That's bars, huh? If that's not bars, I don't know what is bars. That sound like bars. What do you think, Mr. Bennett?
Hold on. The Telescope Channel. I'm gonna let you speak. No, hold on. Wait. I'm gonna let you speak. Some people knew me through Sinetta's channel. You know, like if you go on any YouTube channel, there's some people who never heard of you and they will hear from you when you get on that particular channel. But you know, I've been online for 18 years. Some people knew me from like, you know,
your
like
website.
A good decade ago. You know, I was affiliated with Amen Ra Squad, and I was in 2010.
Yeah,
but come again?
No, I said I know about Amen Ra Squad. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know about none of that. I don't know about none of them or Osiris Squad or none of that shit. I don't know about none of that. I heard about that recently.
Now, Amen Ra Squad is like let's say it's like an alternative to, like, let's say Dagger Squad, right? You know.
That's way before. That's way before the
Dagger Squad. I don't know about any of your groups,
just to give them
your congregations, none of it.
No, well, okay. Just for the record, the Amen Ra Squad was founded by Ankh to counter the Allah team, but many people don't know about the Allah team. That was Dr. Wesley Muhammad's crew. Because Dr. Wesley Muhammad came out saying, throw Kemet in the garbage can, throw him out in the trash can, throw Amen Ra instead, making God away. I've shown it many times. I'm going to show it now.
Throw Kemet in the garbage. If you want to get off sensitive, come on, go ahead. About blacks, conquering blacks. Throw Maya in the trash can. Throw Amen Ra, the slave-making God, away.
So anyway, to make the long story short, I don't know if the word homage is appropriate. Like we should pay homage to Sanetta because some people knew me through his channel. Some people know other people when they came on my channel. But feel free to speak. Feel free to continue the Telescope channel.
Okay, so I mean, maybe homage may not be the right words for like whatever y'all endeavors was, or like y'all differences. Because when you came up there on the panel last time, like just recently when you came up, you remember, it was like a little spicy and stuff like that. It got like a little chaotic. But the thing is like a lot of I'm saying the people that's in
Hold on. Just to get some clarity now. You said the differences. Do you know what the difference is between me and Sanetta?
Enlighten me.
Huge difference.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Now, hold on.
But
there
he's
it is.
right.
There it is.
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
Crazy.
So here for the record, you have the court summary of the mighty Hebrew. So you can see that there are 6 charges that he was found guilty of, and you do have rape.
Yeah,
first
we seen
of all.
that the other day.
But look, I'm not even trying to get into all of that shit because I see that's the trend right now. Everybody want to get into paperwork, but nobody want to do no time. I'm not trying to get into that shit. That's not none of my business. I don't even know who the fuck the mighty Hebrew is, to be honest with you.
Somebody in the community that's trying to make an impact.
Check me out. When you show shit like that, I gotta take my face off of the camera. When you showing shit like that, I gotta take my face off the camera. But I'm saying to you, Shaka, because this is your platform. You feel me? I'm saying to you. I just came up here to more so like Olive Branch and reach out to you so I can learn more shit more shit from you about Kemet shit because I actually make Kemet merch. You know what I'm saying? That's really why I reached out to you. It wasn't about none of this
Well,
shit.
I mean, you have to write to if you don't care about child molesters, it's on you. But I do care.
No, for sure, I do. Don't get it twisted. Don't try to switch the narrative. I'm clever ass motherfucker. Don't try to switch the narrative. But that's not why I came up on it. You wanted to tell me something about a child molester, and I feel like, bro, if you knew something about it before me, I'm a stranger. I'm coming on here about some clothes, tell you about Kemet clothes. If you knew something about that shit, if you really feel pressed about that issue, you should have pressed the line already. Don't try to put it on me to go be
no. Hold on.
I ain't no war daddy.
Okay.
Nah, he's not trying to do that.
Wait. The Telescope channel. I want to hold on.
I feel you, God. I feel you.
Hold on.
That's real shit though. Like he's talking about you don't care about child molesters. That's real shit, cuz.
It's just you and me now. The Telescope channel.
All right, salute, man. That's real.
Now, listen to this, brother.
We have those guys who've been convicted for sexual misconduct. Garfield Reed spoke about this. Yourself, you spoke about Nazi, and Garfield Reed.
No. This one was when he came on my platform. I want to show you the first time I was a guest on Sanetta's platform. The first time I was a guest on his panel.
The brother mighty Hebrew, if I'm not mistaken, Garfield said that he was there was some sexual misconduct.
Nah, we don't want to talk about that.
I'm just saying what was stated publicly. Garfield said it publicly. You know what?
So just so that you know, brother, the first time I was a guest on this platform, I brought it up. You sound like there's that game, the hot potato. Like, have to give it away quick because it's burning your hands. Like, I ain't trying to put anything on you, brother. If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But just for the record, this is... Hold on, wait, brother, hold on.
I understand how the game goes, family. I understand how the game goes.
No, but it's no game, brother. Check this out.
This is content. It's content that we're making, so I understand how the game goes. Meaning, like, it's a hot topic and it's something that, your core fan base might be coming here to watch. But the thing is like, I'm coming here to give them... If I could be a little slight commercial, I'm coming in here just to give you a little praise, give you a little merch, and
I appreciate that. But listen, I'm not, but hold on. I'm not asking you to criticize the mighty Hebrew or Sanetta. I'm just trying to explain to you that this is the reason why there's an issue with Sanetta, because Sanetta invites convicted rapists and child molesters. Now, I'm sure you've heard Tazariak say that he financially supported the ISUPK member who went to prison for molesting a child. I'm sure you've heard that, have you?
I have not heard that, but I'm sure you're gonna play it. But look, though, this is the thing. Now, I've heard many stories about the whole polite situation with Sinetta and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, Sinetta probably has his endeavors to. You don't know what kind of loyalty he got to these people or whatever. We don't got that loyalty.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Are you accused of molesting your wife, niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, rather, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So I have a question. This brother that you support, does he have children?
Yes.
And if so, do you ever say to those children, you have a father that's a child molester?
No, I don't.
Well, why do you do that to others that have a love for Dr. Malachi Z. York Ill and you want his children of him being a quote-unquote so-called child molester and you speak for supporting him?
All right, the brother, the telescope, forgot the last word in his username. He left halfway through this clip here. Now you're free to come back, brother. But I just want everybody to know if there's any bad blood between Sinetta and I, it's because of this. First, I've shown Sinetta himself saying that the mighty Hebrew went to prison for molesting a young child, and after he did his time, he was arrested again for trying to F another young child. You know, that comes out of Sinetta's mouth. For strange reason, nobody says that it is slander or gossiping. The other reason is because you have ISUPK that supports their member who went to prison for molesting a child, and he was found guilty in the court of law. And the person who said that it happens to be Tazariak, who is the captain of the ISUPK camp. So I don't know what Sinetta is saying, and surely in private he might be saying a lot of crazy stuff. I know that publicly he stated that I was I went on a smear campaign because he would not let me teach the Medu Neter on his platform. I actually did a Medu Neter class on his platform the second time when I was a guest, and he proposed, he said part 2 will be pay-per-view. So I did send him some email, and I did even tell him, yeah, you know, did you get my message? But he's not 100 with it because he said, well, I didn't want that garbage on my platform. So basically Medu Neter class is garbage to him. But the ISUPK member that actively support and financially support people who went to prison for molesting children, for him, that's not garbage. People who said that Martin Luther King ain't shit and the Bible say he deserves to die, for him, it's not garbage. The same ISUPK who teach, who actually celebrate the death of Africans, Tazariak said it out of his own mouth during our weighing. For him, that's not foolishness. So it's completely false, and it's a great lie to say that I'm like doing this because he didn't want me to teach the Medu Neter. So that's just for the record. Senator Frankie, invites convicted rapists on his platform and organization of that supports convicted rapists on his platform, you know. And for strange reason, he doesn't call them names. You know, he called me names. I was told he talked about my mother and father, and he said that they were liars. I was told that he said that all French N-words are liars. I'm like, how would he know how all French black people are liars? But that's just for the record. It is because he supports rapists. He said out of his own mouth that Mighty Hebrew molested. And the reason, and brothers and sisters, have you noticed the reaction of the brother when I showed the paperwork? Oh, no, I don't want to do that. It's like, man, you brothers ain't gonna die, man. Sometimes I wonder, like, did he send you on some false information? There's a sister who came on this very platform talking about the Mighty Hebrew was exonerated. I don't know who told her that. I have an idea who told her that. And I asked her if she could show us the documentation. She said, yeah, she will call the dude. Next thing you know, she sent me a message threatening to sue me, to take legal action, you know. So it's a shame because I was going to say, okay, that's the reason why I've been talking about Sanetta and the rest of the monkey moderators and only fine moderators and booty shaking moderators who have the nerve to disrespect me and others. But when the convicted rapists get on their platform, they give them all the respect in the world. You know what I'm saying? So I was going to say that's the reason why. Now feel free to talk about Kemet or anything else that you want. But you see, if it's too hot, don't get in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? If it's too hot, get out of the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Some people are just not built for it because they want to talk about ancient history, current history, social issues, and stuff like that. But when we talk about rapists, don't put me in that and stuff like that. I'm like, man, it's part of life. Some people do rape children, but in the world, usually people who are convicted for raping children, they are not invited on some YouTube channels. That's where Sanetta is unique. To my knowledge, the House of Conscious Mess, the House of Rape, the House of Pedos is the only channel, the only YouTube channel that actively and regularly invite convicted rapists. And just like a few days ago, 3 days ago, I think, he called on the Mighty Hebrews to get on the platform. You know what I'm saying? So we also have the allegation about Nikki. Minister Enki was very close to Sanetta. Apparently, I was told they are still cool now. But Minister Enki said that Sanetta was having sex with a 15-year-old girl called Nikki Chanel from Harlem when he was in his 30s. Sanetta has yet to say it's not true. I deny it. You know, he said, well, show the proof. Like we're gonna have some videotape of the two of them getting busy, you know. And to me, when somebody doesn't deny such a serious accusation, it's fishy. Just like the dude, Handy Tazi, that we heard when he was asked, were you accused of molesting your niece through marriage? He answered, I have no recollection of that. That means I don't remember. Which man in his right mind is going to answer, I don't remember, when he's asked, have you been accused of molesting your niece? It's fishy to me, but hey. So feel free to honor, brothers and sisters.
Okay.
Let me just say. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I was
Yes,
having problems. My phone was having issues. I had to put it by I'm outside planting flowers, so I was having issues. But anyway, what I was going to say about feminism is all the stuff that we've had to deal with. I mean, you guys got to cut some slack, right? Everybody's not like it's just understanding where we've come from, right? We didn't have all those things in place for us when, for years. And so we had to get what we had to get. And unfortunately, just like in any situation, some people go to the far left or right, whichever way you want to call it. And it sets a bad tone for everybody. Just like these brothers are going to the far, as far as how they feel about them and women, they're going to the extreme. There are those feminists who have gone to the extreme, and they make the rest of us who think there's some place in there for us to find some common ground. It's making us look bad. All of us don't feel that way. I don't feel like a woman should say she don't need a man and all that kind of stuff. I've been married for almost 40 years. I don't feel that way. I mean, but maybe because I'm older. And
but sister, I would like to ask you a question if you don't mind.
Sure.
Now, the average feminist, do they speak out against those feminists who go to the extreme?
I think there are some out there. I'm not cued into everybody who talks about it, But there are those who are out there. Just like there's these trans guys who are speaking against these guys who want to say they're women. They're out there like, no, they're not. They're a man just like me. We just like to dress up. There, I mean, people out there talking about it. Look, I'm not on no social media, so I could care less. I'm just speaking for Andrea. Andrea is not that way.
I
Yeah,
understand.
and I'm sure they're out there. They're
Well,
out there. There are women out there.
I haven't seen that. But the thing
Yeah.
also
I've
is that,
seen them, bro. I've seen them.
Yeah,
You know, I've
they're
seen
out there,
them.
just like they're all of they're all types of people talking about all sorts of things. But you can't, just dismiss feminism as if it's a bad thing. It just depends on how what extreme they go to, because everything is not bad when we want to. Go ahead.
Yeah. But Phil Valentine, especially
Mm-hmm.
since he used to deal with metaphysics, and he
Mm-hmm.
more as well. He used to deal with Kemet as well. I don't really know what he's doing now, but he
Mm-hmm.
made a lecture about feminism, and I forgot the name of the woman, but the woman was actually a pedophile,
Mm-hmm.
and she even wrote a book about love relationship with like an underage girl. I forgot if she was 13 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So some people
Mm-hmm.
may know the name and put it in the chat or in the comments after this live stream.
Well,
But
go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. But so yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. And also, recently in America, we had several cases of adult women who had sex with
Underage
underage boys,
kids. Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
didn't get any jail time. So yes,
Yeah.
back then, women couldn't vote, and a lot of discrimination. But it's not the case today, and it's to the
Yeah.
point where even when they are molesting boys, they don't even go to jail. But that's what I
Okay,
wanted to say.
so I'm going to say all this. All these laws that are here in the United States or wherever they are, who are they written by, and they need to be enforced by. They need to be enforced, right? We can't. It's like, okay, all these guys who get in trouble, like some of the football players, basketball players who get in trouble. They know that there's certain things that here in America, if you do a particular thing, you're gonna get a worse penalty, or you may not, depending on what where you fall at, right? So I understand that there are those women out there who who are getting away with stuff, but there are men who were getting away with stuff. So I'm not trying to justify all that. I'm just saying it's understood that those things are happening, and they need to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Just like I was saying the other day, a lot of times men don't say they were beat up because they don't want to go. They don't want to look like a punk, right? So you're not going to go and say my girlfriend or my wife beat me up. You're not going to do that.
No, but that's
So-
different. That's different because see, we're talking about
But what
people.
I'm saying is, if you want women, if women need to be held to account, then you got to do that. Is what I'm saying. Don't throw all women in the feminist basket, because all of us don't have that
I kind
mindset.
of do that. I kind of do that. You know why, sister? Because when those women were found guilty of molesting young boys, some of them even
Mhm.
became pregnant. I didn't hear the feminists speaking out against that. But if it's a male who does that, then they will speak out. And it's
Mhm.
not standard to me. Yes, feel free, Bennett.
Yeah.
Can I interject here? I hear what the sister is saying, and I agree with her 100%. And I will give you a similarity to it. It's like when you mention Pan Africans. Also, hey man, what do I call myself? Pan African.
And that's
But
where we disagree.
right. But unfortunately, it's not what you call yourself, it's what you do and how
Yeah.
you define it to yourself, you know. And these things, twist and shape and change in a lot of different ways, So I think it is on the basis of it, it's very simple. I mean, we can have the conversation about anti-black racism. Well, we can also have the conversation about gender bias. And at the crux of it, that's what feminism is attempting to do. Have a conversation about bias, So I
Yeah.
think on that,
I
yeah, I think on that note, there's plenty of room to dialogue on it. But I think we do get confused often. I mean, people get put into taking sides. And again, if you define yourself as a word, then again, it's not the word you call yourself, it's what you're doing with it and how you're applying it, that makes the world of a difference. So, yeah.
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 Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say, like I said, I'm not of this mindset that a woman doesn't need a man. I am not. I mean, I think that's the extreme. Those are those extreme cases where where uh where when a woman,
Well, a
when they
woman
say they
can't go
make more
wrong.
money, where a woman what?
Well, a woman can't go wrong.
What do you mean she can't go wrong? What do you mean by that?
Well, I thought you were trying to say, okay, you're not to the extreme where a woman can't go wrong, like can't do bad, basically.
No, 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 no. I mean, all the stuff I could do bad by myself. Oh yeah, you can. But I wouldn't want to go through life like that. I know that this younger generation, because I talk to my sons, and they're having a hard time with these modern women, as they call them. But at the same time, a lot of us out here who have hustled and worked with our husbands or boyfriends or whatever, we're out there hustling just like you, but yet you want a traditional woman, but then you're traditional, and then you're this. I mean, you can have these discussions all day. At the end of the day, is who are you, and what are you willing to bring? I hate to say bring to the table, but that's for the lack of a better word, right? We need to bring ourselves to the table fully of who we are, not with all these unrealistic expectations of what we expect for a person to be, because if you keep coming in like that, you're going to keep getting disappointed. Bring your full self to the table, and hopefully you find somebody who's bringing their full self to the table, and you all can work together to get things done, right? That doesn't mean, even with me being here, all these years, that doesn't mean that your kids always going to turn out right. Doesn't mean anything. Kids can come up in a 2-parent home, still have situations, issues, circumstances, right? Nothing's a guarantee. You just hopefully are able to come and bring what is necessary to get the job done. Not, where we live, we don't divide stuff by gender, who, I cook, he cleans. We do what needs to be done to take care of our family. And that, to me, is how it should be. Not all these unrealistic expectations of people coming in here and expecting that we're supposed to fulfill all these gender roles. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. A man should know how to cook and clean and do laundry and change a baby's diaper. He should know how to do all that. That shouldn't be just a woman's responsibility.
I do it. I change my I change my son too. But go ahead, young Heru.
Yeah, like Vivian had said, it's a lot of dialogue of, like she said, even if the man and the woman working, just like my mother would cook most of the week, but on Saturdays, Sundays, my father would cook. She go to church and she come home and she got a meal, but she was a teacher, what I mean, and she support my father in times when he wasn't working, what I mean, even if he's the breadwinner and he was the worker, but at times he didn't have a job. But that doesn't mean that they are not equal or they don't face the challenges together. That's why, like I said, like she said, it need more. But Shaka is right, it should be a vice versa thing on every level. And sometimes when women do certain things, they do get away with it, other than a man, because it seemed more gruesome. He's more masculine, so he looked like he could take more advantage. But these days, you see in the most teachers that sleeping with children is with younger boys, females and younger boys. So it's a lot of dialogue in that one. But I just want to go back to the topic, because we was talking about Kemet and bro Sanchez, and all of a sudden,
feel free.
No,
yeah,
he got on that subject. That's the reason why I came on. I mean,
I'm not talking about you, Andre. I'm talking about them two other guys that came on.
Okay.
Maybe I saw somebody that looked like him. Maybe I'm mistaken. You know what I mean? But ain't no need to get emotional. And the other guy said like about Saneda, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, what do these men stand for? Because nobody ain't donging Saneda because he is Saneda. We are talking about the issues and the people that's on his platform and the narrative that these people running, and it's on every level. Like I just said earlier, with these celebrities and people that just because he have a platform, you put him on a pedestal. So if he rape and kill his mother and his daughter and everything, it's okay just because he have some kind of status. You see what I'm saying? So you saying about Shaka, no, Shaka didn't ask nobody to speak up against this, because we are upright men and we know that it's wrong and it's an issue in our community. We feel that's something we need to speak on. So just like the other guy said,
and women, yes,
about the father, it's not just the father. You know what I mean? You need the father and the mother. You know what I mean? So when I said about the whole community thing, like this is something that you need to understand. Civilization is just not one family. It's a bunch of families that come together and build a community. So even if sometimes you could be the best father in the world, but your child go out there in society and learn different concepts and ideas from all kind of different people, because you are not collective as a people. So you have all these that's like you see today with all these different doctrines and religion, and you can't be with your child 24/7, you know what I'm saying? So you
Mhm.
can't protect a 24/7. So if you not in a community that's righteous or upstanding, just like if you're in a project, from when you're in a middle class or a safe neighborhood. When you're in the
But you know what,
project, nine
Haroon?
out of 10, you have to worry about the same people that live next door to you robbing you. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's
But I
a
think he was coming.
it's on a bigger level. It's on a bigger level. That's just all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But I think he was, something about what he said. It just, I think he was trying to get at something else, though, actually. But I hear you. 'Cause that's how you heard it. And I hear you. A lot of people could hear it that way too. Like,
Yeah,
but I heard it.
because you see how we start off. He start off by mentioning Sanchez name. You feel me? And
Oh,
all of
you
a
talking about
sudden,
that brother? No, I'm talking about the other brother
yeah,
when he
but
was talking about
both of them,
fatherhood.
you Bennett, if
Yeah.
you listen, both of them did. Then no, because he said something about pedos. He said he understand that you're talking about pedos and all of that, and
Right.
and
That's the
then he
second
just
brother.
and then he just flipped. No, the first one, he just flipped the script to the whole father conversation. He said
Oh, did
something
he
like,
say something about pedos?
yeah, he
I
said,
didn't hear that.
I understand, Shaka, talking about these pedos and it's
Yeah,
not right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
then
yeah.
he just flipped the script to this whole father concept and all of that. You see where I'm coming from? So, like, when
Okay,
he's
you
talking
saying
to
the
me,
first brother said that too? The first
yeah,
brother
this
said
is
that.
what
The
I'm
first brother,
saying.
yeah. He said
Oh,
something to
I
that
think
effect.
I missed that. I missed
Yeah,
that part. That's what that
yeah,
is. I was away. I was away from the phone making my coffee, man. Sorry. Go ahead. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, so it's not no vibes, you know what I mean? But when we talking about some and you just go off topic and like you trying to prove a point, but then you don't. So it's like, a color confusing. And so like I be listening, man. So when people talk, I want to know where they coming from and what the point is they trying to get across. Because
And I'm glad
as
you're
far
saying
as
that.
like I gonna say it again, like what Shaka always say, fighting against pedophile is a noble cause, bro. I
Mhm.
mean, you can't put it in better words. Go ahead, Shaka.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, brother. Anybody listening, if for whatever reason you want to continue to be cool with Sanada and watch his platform, by all means do so. But please don't come in here try to tell us that I or others should not talk about this. Like you're tired of hearing us talking about this. No, we will talk about this as long as we feel like we want to talk about it, as we see it necessary. You know what I'm saying? But Kemet found his back. But let me just show you something, brothers and sisters, just for the record. Now, this is a live stream going on Sanada's platform, and it says, SUPK, Captain Katazar, go one-on-one with Sanada Studio. This is the guy who said that Tupac, and that's coming from out of Tazayak's mouth, Tupac Shakur wasn't until he came out of jail. This is a Puerto Rican guy, you know what I'm saying? We already seen a picture of his father, and they say you are what your father is. His father is white, he's not black. And I was told that somebody showed the picture of his mother, and that she was white as well, and that's what Handy Tazi decided to no longer go ahead with the debate with those FOPE Hebrew Israelites. But this is ISUPK, and we've seen Tozayak, who is a ranking member, a captain. We've seen that ISUPK has supported a convicted rapist, So Saad doesn't learn. Just a few days ago, he was calling on Mighty Hebrew to get on his platform. So that's just a record. That's just for the record. But feel free to add on Kemet Found. Feel free if you want to add on.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, no,
back.
he.
Let's hear what he got to say. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, Mr. Shocker. Now, Mr. Young, man,
I know it's me you coming after.
I'm not coming for you, brother. I'm not coming for you. You're speaking on things and you're not listening.
I am listening.
Okay, so let's explain to me again what I said about pedos.
No, I said you said something about Shaka speaking on pedals, and then you went into the whole father concept. So I was
okay.
just
So what
trying
happened
to.
first? Was I talking about fathers first, or was I talking about pedos first?
You mentioned something about pedos first, and
Okay. So
then
but
you.
was I talk? Oh, I was talking about pedos first when I got on. I didn't say nothing about fathers and nothing like that, right?
At first, you mentioned something briefly.
Okay. So what was that I mentioned, Shaka? Because you backed him saying it. What did I say?
Well, I can look for the part, but to me, it seems like you said, I know you're talking about these pedals, and
In
then
the
you went on.
beginning. So you want to go in the beginning when I first got here. Mr. Young here is also saying that I'm still part of this Sinetta thing. It's for some reason.
I never,
No,
bro.
They really
never
want to
said
tag
that.
me to this pedo thing.
putting
Because
words
even
in my
after
mouth,
talking
bro.
about me, 1 second.
Putting
Let me
words
just
in
finish.
my mouth.
Mr. Shaka, just please. We're grown folks here, okay?
Exactly,
We grown
but
folks
don't say
talking
I
here,
said
okay?
that when
We're
I
not
never did.
listening. Okay, Young, go ahead. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to everything you're saying.
I know. I
Hold
know
on,
what
let's
I
let him
said,
talk
bro.
though.
I
Let's let him
said
No,
talk.
Mr. Bennett,
maybe
I want to hear what he
made
got
a
to say. It's
mistake.
okay. Let him talk.
First of all, I said maybe I made a mistake and thought I saw you on Sanetta. That's what I said.
Mr. Shaka, you can go back and refer to that because he said he saw me on there a couple of times. When you go back and refer it, because I
Wait a
did.
minute, bro. I
When
just
he
repeat
said
myself.
I was on there a
No,
couple of times.
hold on, bro. That was the first time. But the second time, I just said maybe I made
Yeah.
a mistake and thought I saw you
Fine.
on Sanetta.
Got it. All I'm
But
saying
it's
is
no
this:
need to
you
get
sound like you
emotional.
trying to
That's what I
look.
said.
You sound like you're going off of looks. You're not
No,
going
you
off of
sound like
anything
you're
that.
very emotional about everything, bro.
Yeah, because it's an emotional thing.
Okay,
You
but
want your
look,
little girl? You got
What's
kids?
so
Do
emotional?
you have kids? Do you have kids?
Yeah, I
Mr.
have
Young.
kids.
Okay, so are we not on here talking about pedophilia, Mr.
Yeah,
Young?
but you
Okay,
went
so
on,
it's my
bro.
first time on this platform.
Hold on,
I can have as
hold
much
on, man.
passion as I care.
It's not
It's my
about
passion.
me,
It's
bro.
my
It's
research.
not about
It's not
me.
your
It's not
research. It's
about
not how
you.
you go about doing it. Are you
This
here
is
with
not
me doing my
about me.
research?
This is not about you, bro. You
Of
know what
course
I'm
it's not.
saying?
You're right. But you making it about me. You're
Okay,
making it
what are
about
you
me.
talking about? I told you we was on a subject. You came in and said something. Then you went to the whole father thing, which I thought was going to have a point.
The first
To
thing
the
I said was,
concept of
thank
what
you,
we was
Mr.
talking
Shaka,
about.
for having me on the platform. Let me rephrase it. I'll go through the whole thing again because I got that memory for it. You see,
no, I
Mr.
think I
Young?
got you, brother. I
Mr.
think I
Young? You see, Mr. Young?
understood you,
I got
man.
the memory for it. You see, just like Homeboy who came on here to the platform and admitted that he went through some shit, I did too. I did too,
Right,
Mr.
let's hear the
Young.
brother out.
So you want
Let's
to
hear the
hear
brother
about
out.
some
So,
passion?
bro, why
That's
you
my
like
passion.
you, bro? I ain't
Stop
gonna
trying
stay
to
on this
do that because you
platform
constantly
if you
doing
think
that.
you're going to
You
be
constantly
attacking me
doing that.
like I
Oh, I
said
think I
something
saw him
wrong.
over there on this platform. Oh, I think you one of them dudes.
Let me propose something. Let
I
me
one of
propose
which
something.
dudes?
Let's just start over. Let's
Stop
start over
that,
that
man.
point. Let's
Nah,
just
I ain't
start over.
gotta
Stop.
stay here for
Stop.
none of this, bro. I
Stop.
really don't have to stay here for none of that
You're
because
right. You're right.
you
You're
off
100%
the wall, my
correct.
bro.
Adios, amigos,
You
or I
off
can
the
leave.
wall.
However you would like it, Mr.
Well,
Shaka. I don't care. I will always be
can I
here
say something?
listening.
Can I say
I will
something?
always be here listening, even with you, Mr. Young. I will always be listening. But you need to stop that, man, especially with newcomers. You accusing people of being pedos just by even saying that a motherfucker over
brother.
there.
Hold on. Kemet Found, please
Who
listen to me.
said that?
Please listen to me, Kemet Found.
Like I told
I'm
you,
listening.
bro. I
I'm
ain't finna
listening
go
to you,
back
Mr.
and forth with
Shaka.
this
Mr.
emotional.
Shaka, I'm listening to you, Mr. Shaka.
Yeah, Kemet Found. I don't want to sound like I'm defending Young Heru, but I don't think I don't think anybody on this panel would agree when you said that he's accusing you of being a pedo.
Oh, of course not. But every single time my name come up, you back it up with some pedophilia shit. Like just now, you guys were just talking about my name. And then you throw in Sinetta, and right behind my name, you're talking about my discussion about, oh, he's talking about fathers, and then he started talking about pedos. I'm jumping back in because I'm listening to your conversation.
No, you are not.
You
are
now,
not listening, bro. You are not listening.
Mr. Bennett, did you not walk away? Did you,
My
Mr. Bennett,
boy,
did you not walk
you
away? Go
wanna
get
hear
something to
what
drink,
you
Mr. Bennett.
wanna hear because
Mr. Bennett.
you are not
And then when they
understanding
said that
what
you
I
walked
said.
away, when you said you walked away, all of a sudden now I'm talking about pedophilia. Oh, I didn't hear him say that. Did you not say that, Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, I said that. I said that.
Okay, so
And
all I'm saying is this: every single time
I heard you
try
say
to
a lot
point
of
out
stuff,
something funny on me,
but I didn't hear what they were saying. I
that's my
actually
point.
didn't
I
hear it
want
the
to hear
same
it.
way.
I
I
want to
didn't
hear
hear
it.
it the way they heard it, and that's
Exactly.
what I was saying.
That's
I
my point.
actually
And if
thought
there was an
I don't.
issue, they should
Me
have said
myself,
something.
I don't really care.
Of course, that's
I
why you keep bringing
I
it
think
up.
it's a language thing. again, I think it's a slight language thing, you know.
there is some misunderstanding. Now,
Yeah, I think that's all.
because you know, Kemet fan, I do recall you saying something to the effect of, you know, I know addressing me. I know you're talking about those pedals.
Yes, I did, and the reason why I
But-
mentioned
but
it,
the-
the reason
but
why
then
I
we-
mentioned it.
Mhm.
Hold on, I did, and I mentioned that later on in the conversation, brother. That wasn't early in the conversation, like this young man over here saying. He's saying it started when I first jumped in. I mentioned pedos way after.
Okay, fine. But even if he wasn't right when you got in, he never tried to say that you are one of those pedos. He just said that you changed.
Brother, did you not
the
just
topic.
sit here and kick somebody off saying something about if you go to this pedo's website, that's all he does is invite pedos?
No, hold on. Well, let me correct you, brother. With all due respect, I did not kick him off. He
Okay,
left.
all right. I don't care. I don't
Yeah,
care
he
about
left.
it, brother.
But let me say something. Let me say something.
Don't
Let me
tag me
say
to that.
something.
That's all I'm saying, Shaka and Young.
Yeah.
No,
Don't tag
but
me to that.
no, we were not doing that, brother. That's where the misunderstanding comes. He was only saying that you first.
You're
Okay,
being ridiculous, man.
but you have to hear me out, though.
I'm listening, Shaka. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No,
My
it's okay.
apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. But from what I understand, he was saying that you changed the topic. He was not implying that you're a pedo. I didn't understand him saying
No,
that.
let me say something.
If I said
go
it
He
for a
ahead,
didn't
brief
Kemet.
second,
change
how
the
did I
topic.
change the
He
subject?
didn't change the topic. He didn't change the topic.
Yeah,
He didn't change
that's what
it.
he's
He
saying.
was
He's
just,
always just
you know,
trying to
he
do
was
shit.
listening. I think I got what he was saying. Although I think the conversation just got misunderstood a little bit. That's it. And also, by the way, because that topic is something Shaka's talking about, so it means a lot to him too. But I think the brother Kemet found he already stated he don't know nothing about Sarnetta. He doesn't even follow that. That's not why he even came on.
Yeah, he
And
said
I
that.
bet
He said that.
if we just ask him, does he agree with any pedophilia? So he would say, hell no.
No.
Boom. And I think
That's understood. That's understood.
and I think that's where he was chiming in. He was chiming in another level. I think I get where he was coming from totally, man. You know, but I would just
From the
say,
conversation that you had
let's
earlier
all stay. Let's all
about the
let's all
measurements and all
stay
that stuff.
in the dialogue, and let's hit the reset button, because I think we all agree here. You know what I'm saying?
I think we all agree. We might be off
Yeah.
like it wasn't
Yeah,
right in the beginning, but yeah, go ahead, Young Heru.
I'm gonna just
All right,
say
fair
this,
enough,
you know,
fair enough, fair
to
enough. I
trust
salute that,
it.
Mr. Bennett. I'll take
Like
that
I
reset.
said, I wasn't saying nothing. Like, I was trying to correct myself the second time and said I might have made a mistake and thought I said
Yeah,
it.
he
That's
said
what I
that.
said, bro.
Yeah,
I
he did
didn't
say that.
say,
All right,
and
fair enough,
then I
Mr.
was
Young.
talking about the conversation with the whole father concept. That's all I said. I never went into
Thank
nothing
you,
about
Mr. Young.
you being on Sanada.
I'm sorry. Maybe
But you know,
it's also my understanding. I apologize. Maybe I understood some
yeah.
shit. I'm sorry. Yes,
But
Mr. Young.
I think when you came in, brother, I think I understood you perfectly when you came in with the father thing, because again, and then the thing where you discussed 1 + 1. You know, my understanding in math, 1 + 1 = 2, but not in the world of biology. 1 + 1 does not equal 2.
Yes.
So I'm following you. You talking about the atom, the beginning, the place where a starting place. I
And
follow you,
this is what I'm
and
saying. This is our
that's
starting place. This is all I wanted to say. That's it.
right. I
That was
got
my
you.
whole point. My point was the water drop, understanding measurement. You asked about it. I told him about the golden ruler. What happened to that whole story that I said? That meant nothing,
Yeah,
right?
he was talking about the building, the pyramids, the science behind it, and the relevance of it. And I get that totally. I get that. You know,
That was my
and I
most
think that
important dear. That's what's dear to me. I understand what's dear
I
to
feel
Shaka.
you.
What to Shaka was dear to him is making sure that we understand the alphabet. I had a woman, Mr. Shaka, buy into your program and go into your school. And not only did I have her buy it, I had her go on Facebook and teach somewhat similar to what you're teaching, but just do every alphabet. Every alphabet that you taught today, I had her do it on in a specific room. It was called Historical Spiritual Lifestyle. I created the room. It's got 400 something. I got rid of that whole Facebook thing. I don't deal with that shit. It's been a couple years. But I follow you, bro. You're not somebody I think that you're credible. You have to understand. If for me to be calling somebody credible,
I respect that. I'm thanking you, brother.
I think you're
I'm thanking
above
you.
Jordan Peterson. I think you're above Kansas Owens. I think you're above anybody that's out there in that
platform like that, I think you're above them. And people just haven't found you yet. That's just the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
I've been
appreciate that.
sending. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No, but you know, I really think that there was just some misunderstanding, and I think we cleared that up. You know, and that's good that and that's good we were able to clear that up. But let's hear from the fight doctor. It's been a minute, brother. How you doing? Now, for the fight doctor, I seen him on Saturday. I ain't gonna back at him. Like, did you go Saturday? And the people do what they want. You
Yeah,
know
well,
what I'm saying?
there are a couple of scalps over there that I wish to collect.
Yeah, but feel free to the fight doctor.
Yeah, there are a couple of scalps over there that are.
Explain to us what you were doing on Saturday. I was joking. Just gonna feel free.
Yeah, there are a couple of scalps over there that I wish to collect. Some
Yeah,
people who
free,
are propagating a great amount of ignorance. They need to be silenced. So
feel free, brother. Feel free.
But no, I'm just listening. So you guys go ahead and continue, please. I'll chime in when I feel I need to.
Oh, you don't wanna add on now?
Well, I mean, you know, you guys have been arguing about pedophiles for the last 30 minutes, and you know, there's not much I can contribute to that argument. Okay, nothing at all.
All right. What? And
no B words, no N words, no N words or B words. Fight doctor, nothing you want to.
N-word in France.
Well, listen, you know what? I'll tell you what. It's shameful, and you know, I'll contribute this, right? Is that in certain communities, pedophilia seems to be a way of life. And unfortunately, that seems to be the case with regard to these Abrahamic faiths. When you look at some of their practices. Now, earlier, I was reading about a practice called oral suction circumcision.
Yeah.
Now, this is a practice that goes back, I think the earliest recorded instance of this practice goes back to the year 200 of the Common Era. And it's basically, and it's horrible, but it's basically you circumcise an 8-day-old child, male baby,
and sucking the blood off.
You suck the priest or the rabbi, whoever it might be, who actually performs the circumcision, he cleans the wound with his mouth. That's what this practice is.
And
so
they end up with STDs, like syphilis and other kind of STDs, yeah.
Exactly.
Yep. Or infections.
Exactly. Right. So, you know, these types of activities have been going on within the Abrahamic quote-unquote faiths for millennia. You know, the female mutilation and just all kinds of tomfoolery that are unspeakable, you know. So yeah, it's really sickening. I don't even want to think about it, to be completely honest with you, because it's sickening, it's crazy. And you know, it's just part of me thinks that these Abrahamic faiths in some respect need to be outlawed.
Yep.
Let me ask you something, Fight Doctor. Do you think, going back to these cults, going back to these brothers teaching this stuff and this behavior, do you think there's a connection between something in the home that they came out of, something like not having a stable family, like maybe not having a father, since many of them are men? Not that has to be the case, but do you think there might be a connection there?
So there's a taboo subject within the Black community that we just don't like to talk about, and that is the fact that pedophilia exists within our community to the degree that it does, right? And that's something that we as Black people, especially we as African Americans, it's a subject that we don't like to talk about, that we don't touch on, all right? But it's painfully apparent because we see the fruit of this type of behavior, okay? Look, there's nothing special or unique about R. Kelly. Don't get it twisted as if R. Kelly is the only person who engages in this type of behavior, because he's not. All right. I don't want to call it an epidemic, but it certainly happens within the Black community at an alarming rate. This type of activity. Okay, I'm talking about girls, boys, from women, men, everybody. Everybody. All right, and it's something that needs to be addressed and dealt with. And unfortunately, these so-called Abrahamic faiths enable this type of behavior. When you have the Hebrew Negroes, the Negro Israelites, talking about, okay, well, as soon as she comes on her period, it's okay. She's now a woman. No. And you need to be put in jail for letting those words come out of your mouth. Seriously. It's crazy. Right? And it's something that we need to talk about, as a people. And it's something and people who engage in this type of behavior need to be dealt with. Need to be dealt with.
Here goes Frankie inviting that organization that supported their member who was convicted of child molestation. They're even using that guy's music video as an intro of the Cross the Line radio. So it's just weird, but it is what it is. We're gonna have a lot of revelation with the upcoming trial of Brother Polite scheduled for May 1st. If he doesn't strike a deal before that date, we're gonna have some revelations. I'm quite confident of it. I cannot predict the future, but I have a feeling we're gonna have a lot of revelations.
Yeah.
I want to share something before you, Andrea. Just to me, going back to the father thing, or you could, any parent I think could identify with this. We like my parents, they were Catholics, right? Literally, and they, when I was young, they used to try to get me to go to church. Things like, because that was what the neighborhood did. The neighborhood, that's one of the activities you do on Sunday. Hey, here's a new church. It's a Black church. Let's go to this church and see what the deal is, right? And I used to go there, and just because of my own upbringing in my own home, I could not identify with anything in the church. It was just like, if it wasn't like, hallelujah, and all of this stuff, then, that right there, I couldn't get past laughing as a kid. 7, 8 years, no, 9 years old, just laughing my head off inside of the church. And my parents told me, yo, you don't have to go to church. You don't have to go to church. And that was the end of it for me. My parents, and I think as any parent, there's always things you have to leave behind. You develop, you grow as a person, and you say, you know what, part of this thing that I'm connected to, it doesn't serve a purpose anymore. So therefore, I don't pass it down to my kids, right? And I attribute that to my parents having an education, right? And also being willing to step up and just admit that, hey, we come from a past with some brutal things in it. So, nobody choose what they're born into, but after you're born into it, you make choices and you can examine, and make some, and decide how you want to move forward. So my parents, they didn't force me to go to church at all. And I never went back, I never went back. It just wasn't something I could connect with, just how people were. There were some positives, but it just wasn't something I could really see myself in. So they didn't force it on me. But having said that, when I, being a father, I would say, yeah, it's great to be a father, and it's great for my kids for me to be able to raise my kids and have the same relationship I had with my father and raising my kids, right? But if you're a family that has a pedophile father in it, that could be totally destructive, right? And then we get to the other element where these other families where it's like, hey, well, maybe it's not necessarily for all families don't have to be structured the same. Maybe you don't necessarily need that father in that home. Maybe you could get that male male contribution from your neighbor, from your uncles, from your other family, a teacher in the school, you know, but all of this is predicated on people being whole human beings and having good, practicing good ethics and morals and not being predators themselves, you know. So I think overall our society, you know, this stuff that we sing, it just goes right back to the fact that, hey, we cannot repair alone. We could do our part, but we cannot repair alone because the odds are so been stacked so greatly against us in this world that we have to live in. We got to go out, pay the bills. That's capitalism, right? We have to put so much focus on that. How are we going to repair ourselves, let alone make changes? You know, it becomes very difficult. Some of us will, some of us are able to do that, but the majority of us, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, Andrea, sister, go for it. Sorry.
Feel free to unmute yourself, sister. I didn't mute you because it was a bit of background noise, but feel free to unmute yourself, sister, if you want to add on.
Okay, here. Yeah, I'm still out here in the flower bed. Anyway, you know, to V. Bennett's point, you know, most of the time we're raised, especially in the Black community, stuff stays within your four walls of your house, right? You don't take nothing outside. So you have all these people. I mean, from our parents, my mother, you know, tip my hat to her. She said she was raised where women and children would be seen and not heard, but she didn't want that for her children. We are very outspoken, all 8 of us, very outspoken. We don't, if we hear something wrong or see something, we say something about it. We don't just, we're very outspoken. And I thank my mother for that because she didn't like it because stuff happened in her household that they weren't allowed to talk about, all kinds of stuff. And so we have to be even better than that. We have to be better than our parents and trying to help, you know, if it didn't come to you that way, we have to help our children not to hold on to these things and talk like, you know, and have those kind of problems, giving them an open door to come talk to you and stuff like that. And so hearing you guys talking about pedophiles and all that kind of stuff is very refreshing because that's not something that our parents would have even mentioned that happened to them, right? So we're taking on all that, you know. I feel sorry for our kids nowadays, really, honestly, because you got too many of them who are having to look at us older people carrying on like we're them. What are they supposed to gain from that, right? If we can't act right as adults, what do they expect for our children to do? We can't have it. We can't have it both ways. So we have to get our act together, be the people that we're supposed to be, because just because you're older doesn't mean you're wiser. I mean, that's been proven over and over again. So we have to, you know, do the very best we can and get and going inside and dealing with these issues. Can you guys still hear me? My earpiece is going out.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes,
okay. So that's my take on all that. I think we just, you know, there are extremes in everything. There's and the ones that are just that we know we need to address, we need to get out there and address them. This pedophile and all that kind of, pedophilia, we need to do something about that. Our kids are suffering. You know, they're suffering. Yeah. I mean, we need to do something. It's not something you can keep quiet about, right?
And you know something, Andrea? I forgot this one part about my little story. I ended up not going to that church because I was laughing and I just couldn't get down with it. Just as a kid, I couldn't understand it. But later, it turned out that the lead preacher, the lead minister, whatever, reverend, was a pedophile. And he was molesting other kids in the community, young boys, right? And if my parents had forced me, of course, they didn't have no idea at that time. It came out later. But if they had forced me to go there, you don't know what, you know, and that's anyway, I just wanted to say that. And guess what? The Black community had a difficult time talking about it then when they found out he was doing that. Because, of course, he was pro-Black, Reverend, Catholic preacher. You know what I mean? It's like.
I went to a Black. I was going to say, I went to a Black barbershop one time. And I heard they were having this discussion. I was trying my best to stay out of it. I really was. I was like, let me just shut up, Andrew, and be quiet. But they were talking about women coming into church, dressed a certain way, causing the pastors to want to have sex with them. I was telling myself, and I just couldn't take it no more. I said, wait a minute. I've been listening to y'all for 15 minutes and I can't take it no more. I said, I don't care if a woman comes in with her blouse open to her belly button and a split in her skirt to the crack of her behind, does not give that man a right to think he can physically assault and abuse her because he's the pastor. I'm sorry. Y'all say come as you are. What if that's all she has? But yet y'all want to sit here and excuse his behavior, but you want to call her whatever you want to call her. And that's the kind of stuff, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. And yet they want to defend the pastor. Oh, we forgive you. But he didn't do nothing to them. But everybody wants to forgive the pastor, but they want to blame the kid or blame the children for what these grown men and women are doing. It's just not right. It's just not.
And V. Bennett, I would like to ask you, like, that pastor, was he convicted? Was he charged? Like, what happened to him?
Oh, no. They did what they always do. Send him to another church.
Yep.
Give him a timeout. Put him in the corner. Now, and you know what? Guess what? He started his own church, right? And moved on, and he had a huge following. And guess what? He was able to evade all of that. But because my mother was doing some of the books, right? Because she knew one of the other pastors in the church. That's why she went to that church. And these pastors, they didn't get along. So, but she was able to do the books because of the other pastor. And so that's how she knew of these allegations. But they swept them under the rug. But this man ended up in the same neighborhood, living in a house. He got a nice historic house, right? And what do you see? What do people criticize him for later on? He's got like young boys working on his house.
Yo, can I chime in on this just real quick?
Can't stop, won't stop. Feel free to fight, doctor.
So, I think everyone here knows who Jim Baker is. And
I don't know. Please tell me.
Yep.
So Jim Baker is this, back in like the 70s, 80s, he had this huge mega church, right? I mean, he was really, really popular. At one point, I think Jim Baker was like the #1 televangelist on TV.
Bigger than Billy Graham?
Actually, yeah, bigger than Billy Graham, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, he was huge at one point. And, he controlled this televangelist church empire. Like literally, okay? Like they owned like a resort that had its own theme park, right? And they were just swimming in cash. So in any event, Jim Baker, he and his wife were involved in this huge scandal where, Jim Baker had been, I don't know, he had some affair, potentially with another man or whatever it was. And, the wife, she was having an affair. And, and so the empire collapsed because ultimately Jim Baker was convicted of some type of fraud, some type of financial fraud, right? So this guy literally goes to prison. Fast forward 20 years. Jim Baker gets out of prison, and after a few years of making certain moves and maneuvers, the man is almost literally right back where he started. He's back on TV. He's the head of he's once again a televangelist, head of a big televangelist church empire. Now, it may not be as big as it was, but he's returned to a position similar to where he was prior to him being convicted of fraud. So I said all that to say this, is that first, that the biggest frauds, the biggest hypocrites are to be found in the church. That's the first point that I want to make. And the second point, it seems to be that the people who make up the church are happy with frauds and hypocrites. Because after you have someone like a Jim Baker who proves himself to be a crook, who proves himself to be a false prophet, who proves himself to be opposite of to do opposite what he says he believes in, goes to jail, and all the truth comes out, and the man is a hypocrite. The minute he gets out of jail, the church restores him to a position similar to prior him going to jail. So when we hear these stories about these pedophiles in the church, and that once these pedophiles have become known in the church, nothing happens to them, we should not be surprised. Okay, because the religious institutions, from what I can tell, enables the hypocrites. The religious institutions enable the crooks, and unfortunately, they enable the pedophiles.
But
Right?
hold
I
on.
mean,
I'm sorry, the fight doctor.
yes, sir.
At the beginning, if I remember correctly, you were saying that the man was having affairs with some males, and the
Yes.
wife was having affairs as well. But what was it like underage males, or was it adult males that he had some affairs with?
No, these were not underage people.
Right. So that one that I forgot the name, Jim. You said the name, but
Jim Baker.
Yes, Jim Baker.
Yeah, now I'm not accusing Jim Baker of having
Okay.
been a pedophile. However,
Okay.
what I am saying is this: is that you can't go the space of a month without hearing some new scandal within the church about some priest who has been discovered or accused of having been a pedophile. And this real sickening thing about it is that the church seems to take no action against these pedophiles. And what happens is that, if a priest is accused of having been a pedophile, he's just removed from that parish or from that church or from that locale and moved somewhere else, only to turn around and, continue in the same types of activities.
True. That's Catholic
You know?
Church. Yeah, they're known for that, and they're known for
Exactly.
giving, paying out millions to the victims. But go ahead, Kemet Found. Go ahead.
The true crime is that nobody goes to jail.
Well, sometimes they do, but most of the time they don't. Most of the time they do out of court settlement. But go ahead, Kemet Found.
Yeah, it seems to me that the people who, if a priest is accused of pedophilia, and then they have an order, a hierarchy, so it's obvious that the priests who are in charge of moving these priests around have to be aware of the activities of the priests who are under their authority. So these are the people who need to be going to jail. Because if I know that you're a pedophile, and then I take you out of one parish and put you somewhere else, and you continue to do the same types of activity, and I know that you're doing this, and yet I do nothing to stop you, then I'm as just guilty as you are. And I'm really the one who's the guilty party who really needs to go to jail, but you don't see that happening. Church pays out some money, hush money, and then the process repeats itself. But the people who need to be going to jail are not going to jail. And somehow the church escapes prosecution. And my question is, how is this allowed to happen?
Yeah, it's a systemic failure. Systemic failure in the law. They're not prosecuting these people. It's the same thing. It's actually, in this kind of thing, you got the dynamic of, not to cut you off, Kemet Found, but it's a dynamic of getting the victims to come forward and go on record so that they can be prosecuted by the police. And if it's a larger network, then by the FBI too, right? But what you find in this kind of dynamic, which makes it so insidious and so problematic, is that victims seem to have the hardest time coming forward and going on record. That seems to be the common thing here, because without that, you generally get no prosecution. And then the other thing is, there's another common thread, like with these churches and institutions or these cults, you could say, scamming, stealing the money. You don't know if the money is going to pay off some of these victims too, to keep them quiet, what keeps people, how can this problem just keep going over and over, on and on and on, and they seem to escape, and I've been curious about that because, like I was telling you in the beginning, my mom was doing the books for that church, and actually that dude was stealing money. That was the first problem they came across. He's stealing money, but they kept that quiet too. But, obviously it takes people a moment to know what they're going to do with this info. But then they later found out that he's molesting kids too. You see, so I think the problem is that victims are not given enough security to come forward, and that's got to be dealt with somehow through the law. you know, because that's such a pattern that the law has to get more aggressive about this. They got to find a way to make sure that, hey, victims are made to understand that they're going to get help and they're going to be safe, and their families are going to be safe from the institution or the cult or the individuals that they find themselves being victimized by. I don't think there's enough of that, man.
I'm trying to piggyback off of what you guys were saying earlier about the pedophile movement and all their agenda. So I've done my research. I've learned about a program called Nebula. Have you guys ever heard of a program called Nebula?
I've never heard of it.
I'm probably saying it wrong, but it's spelled, I believe it's NAMBLA. It's called Northern American Man's Boys Love Association. It was founded 44 years ago.
NAMBLA. I've heard of that organization before.
This is the problem. Okay? When you're dealing with this, top of the line, at the bread and butter, at the end of the day, all right, you're dealing with everybody who's already locked up for the shit. All right, because the people, you have to understand why they're letting them out. And I'm not saying I'm giving them any type of passes. Please, because I have to put some kind of disclaimer out here. I have to come up with one because I already see shit going wrong. But I'm going to say this anyway. I don't give a fuck. There's two things that I've done in my studies. I had to understand from the beginning of its conception, from understanding who's gayer between Romans and Greeks, and understanding the differences between the two and why there is such a big difference, because there is a huge difference. There's information out there for it. And understanding stewards and people who deal with this type of small person in our antiquity. Okay. Now, it's not in any type of antiquity I've ever seen past before the 4th dynasty. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shaka. If Khufu, Khafre, or Menkaure had anything to do with pedophilia, I have no clue. But I cannot say anything after that. And the reason why I say after that is because this is when the reign of Alexander the Great pulls up. Alexander the God, right? They killed him because he called himself a god. We gave him this label. We're talking about the wars. We're talking about the Butamic Wars. We're talking about men versus skirts. Pants versus skirts. When you're looking at it, that's what you're talking about. You got to look at the history, the antiquity. We're trying to understand something that's already in mid-stroke.
Right. I get you.
You're already in mid-stroke with it. You got to go all the way back. And why do I say that? Because I had to understand Greeks and why they perform this type of acts. I had to understand Romans and why they commit this type of act. And the difference between the two. It's huge. It's huge. As much as you may not think so, their mental understanding of what they're doing is huge. Now, to understand that from someone who is in a ring with a woman after claiming that he's been a man for 35 years, being in the military, and then he wants to go into the MMA ring and fight a woman. It's the same size as him because he's classifying himself as a woman. Is also a fail in our community. 100%. Transgenderism. If anybody accepts that, you also accept in this, because we're talking about filias. Now, you have to understand what we're talking about. We're talking about max love. What's max love? Max love is what you have to explain. What's max love, right? Like what for me? I like a big booty. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, no disrespect, but that's a philia. My love for that type of object is a philia, and it's not a harmful philia. It's just me having max love for that object. Same thing with any other part of the body. Now, let's understand with these pedos. These people have a max love. This is their understanding. This is science's understanding. This is university's understanding. This is anybody who understands this nebula that I'm pointing at up here. Because I got it on my screen. It's all over the place. I'm reading it and understanding. Again. All right. So when you start to understand this thing as a stemic, anything, you got to go to the beginning of its source and understand Greek.
I hear you. It says the Greeks. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett.
Oh no. If you, I just wanted to touch on that because while you were talking about that, yeah, it says, you know, I just Googled this. The Greeks. I mean, I'm sure everybody's heard this before, but people talk about it differently. But it says here that the Greeks engaged in rape and war rape. You know, as in raping their enemies, flat out. Has anybody else heard of that?
Yeah, so that was actually a topic the other night with I forget. I was listening to I think it was Shaka Avmos who was talking about that. But yeah,
What did you say, B. Bennett?
Well, I just Googled I asked a question on Google. You know, sometimes it's good to just ask questions flat out. And I asked, did the
Hold on,
Greeks?
please. I'm sorry, please. I want you to have a look at something. That's
Mm-hmm.
Saneda's live stream. Look at who's
Okay.
on the panel. The mighty Hebrew. Just for the record.
Yeah.
People don't learn. Anyway, feel free to continue.
Yeah. Well, that's what a coincidence. But
Yeah. Speak
you
of
know,
the devil.
you know, hey, you know what I'm saying? What it says, it does say wartime sexual violence, and is rape or other forms of sexual violence committed by combatants during armed conflict. And you know, a lot of times, I think that's what when we're dealing with pedophilia, like what Kemet found was saying. I mean, we just have to. I think this sounds closer to what's going on. War, you know, straight up, like committing harm. Like you're now attempting to create a subservient individual in the most primal manner, almost disgusting. I'm lacking words, fight doctor, but you could probably articulate this better than me. But I mean, dominance, in other words, dominance, using using rape to dominate people. And yeah.
Okay, so I can talk on it just as much. Trust me, I did my research just as deep. So you're talking about it from the Romans' perspective. You see that?
Hold on, brothers.
Yeah.
I want you to look at the time here. It's 1:24. That's AM. I work tomorrow morning, so I'm inviting you to come back. You know, I don't know when I will be live streaming. Maybe tomorrow. But Kemet found. Are you from Queens? Oh, you're on mute, brother. Kemet found.
Yeah. So I'm not tech savvy, so I'm still trying to learn all this stuff still. So I'm not from no.
Oh, okay.
I'm from the United States though.
Okay, no problem. Well, thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah, it's
I wish I could have spoke a little bit more. I have a lot more to say. I'm always live on my own platform.
Yeah. Well, come back anytime, brother. You know what I'm saying? We can talk about many different topics. It's all good. And
note this date. I might just go see Sinetta's shit. Just note it, all right? Excuse me, Mr. Shaka. Just note today will be the first day. Because they're gonna mention it. They're gonna say, that's Kemet found. He was in Shaka's room.
No. The fight doctor goes over there. I've seen him over there several times. I ain't tripping on that. You know, it is what it is. So good.
Oh, okay. I don't go there. I don't know nothing about it. I'm just saying.
I know. I mean, my thing is that, you know, I'm just good with anybody that's against rapists and child molesters. That's my thing.
Okay,
then whatever, you know.
Shaka, be careful of people who's trying to like throw alley-oops to you on people that who don't have anything to do with that shit. Because that's where I felt that's how I felt. You know what I mean? Like, don't give me that label.
I'm an African
No, we're
American,
not,
just
brother.
like everybody on
We're
this
not.
platform. I'm an African, just like everybody on this platform. Don't try to tag me as a new person you've never seen before just because I look like I've been through a war, and I have. I ran away when I was 13, and that's it. I'm gonna leave it at that. I've been on the streets ever since. I'm gonna leave it at that. All right. So that's one. Two, I just want to say again, thank you for having me on the platform. I'm with you on your subject matters, 100%. I follow you, cuz. I follow you, Mr. Bennett. You're tough, cuz.
Thank you. So thank you very much, brothers and sisters. I'll see if maybe tomorrow. I always try to give myself a few days rest, but some topic comes up and I feel like let me address it now. Because if I address it later, people are going to say, "Oh, that's on you, Shaka." But I really want to thank you all. Thank you, Sister Andrea Brunet. Thank you, V. Bennett. Thank you, The Fight Doctor. And thank you, Kemet Found. My closing remarks are the same. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the Necheru. I'm sorry. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do Necheru, Hotep.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.